Lisa Soft, Von Grand Piani. I could chase the simple chord stabs. She carried the intro and reinforced the look. Slightly verified was fake depth. Cost of living so high, people barely survive. Family stretching every dollar just to stay alive. You holding back tax returns till Christmas time, but by then it done gone, spitting one straight line. Talking about climate change like it's headlines to read. But in St. Lucie they praying the water turn clean. You spending big money but the lives ain't changing. Promises loud but the pain still raging. Accident emergency, same long wait. Borrowing and spinning but the hours get great. We suffering in silence while you playing the game, and the folks in the line know the system to blame. People crying out, where is the love? Where is the hope that you promised us? We tired of the pressure, tired of the pain. You saying progress, but nothing has changed. Where is the love, Barbados? Where is the love? We're fighting to rise, but enough is enough. One love, you say, but we not feeling the love. Oh, where is the love? Crime rising fast and all we get is a smile. But the mothers in the district scared to walk the mile. Young men losing hope, young girls trying to cope. But every press conference sounding like a joke. You said pages got short memories, like we fools. Like all it takes is a little picnic, rum and food. But the rent overdue when the gas too high. And the youth watching elders ask God why. Labor say they love you, but tell me how that sound when the nation's sinking slow, like we about to drown. One love, but the people fed up, cause the love don't feel real when the system corrupt. People crying out, where is the love? Where is the hope that you promised us? We tired of the pressure, tired of the pain. You say in progress, but nothing has changed. Where is the love, Barbados? Where is the love? We fighting to rise, but enough is enough. One love, you say, but we not feeling the love. Oh, where is the love? If we don't speak now, who we gon' speak? If we don't stand strong, who lifting the weak? If this is the love that you giving to we, then my bottles deserve better. We need to be free. Crying out, where is the love? Where is the future you promised us? We tired of hoping, tired of the lies. We ready to rise, ready to rise. Where is the love? Where is the love? One nation, one voice, we calling you bluff. One love you preach, but we searching above. Barbados awakening, we reclaiming the love. This is not anger, this is awareness. This is not division, this is truth. Barbados, we deserve better. So we ask the question, together, where's the love? Yeah, Barbados, this one is for you. For every dreamer, every worker, every family fighting for better. Friends of democracy, we rise together. Welcome to your Barbados state of mind. Welcome to the island where the sunrise gold, where every heart got a vision and a story untold. From the cane fields sweating to the city lights, we've been pushing through the struggle trying to make things right. From the docks to the blocks, every youth got a fire, trying to rise from the bottom, set their dreams even higher. We tired of the wait and tired of being denied. Now the people got a voice and we walking with pride. Friends of democracy, hope stepping in. Every door that was closed, we opening again. No more dreams on a plane, no more talent exile. We building greatness right here, Beijing born, Beijing style. In this silent paradise, dreams light up the sky. Friends of democracy, we're reaching higher heights. Beijing's, hold your head up, you're destined to shine, cause we're building your home, where your dreams come alive. the beaches, every rhythm still strong, but the people need a future where they all belong. No more pressure on the mothers, no more weight on the youth. We bringing justice and progress, and we standing on truth. Jobs that pay fair, land that we can own. The Barbados where you never feel you fighting alone. Agriculture reborn, yeah, the soil gon' thrive. We feeding our nation, keeping culture alive. Education rising, healthcare redesigned. Every family at the table, no one left behind. It's the movement for the many, not a chosen few. If you were in this home building for you. Oh, and lift up your voice, let the island hear. We shaping tomorrow, and the future's right here. Hand in hand we stand, united in our climb. This is our moment, our destiny, our time. In this island paradise, dreams light up the sky. Friends of democracy, we're reaching higher heights. Agents, hold your head up, you're destined to shine. Cause we're building your home, where your dreams come alive. In this Barbados state of mind. Yeah, this Barbados state of mind. Together we rise. Every single time. Call and response style. Yes. People say F. Yes. O. Yeah. D. Friends of democracy. Okay, those 20 crushing our destiny. From the hills to the sea, we rise as one. Hear the call. Justice and freedom belong to all. From St. Lucie winds to St. Philip South, hope is alive in every mouth. From St. John to St. Andrew Hills, we rise with pride and bending will. From St. Joseph's Heart to St. Thomas side, the dream is ours with people's pride. Hope is light in battle creel. The time we've waited, there is here. Every hand, every heart.
House white with unity. Style up a Caribbean soca fusion anthem with pop and Afro meets undertone. Simple. 116 BPM. Insurance. Steel pan. Brass. Electric. Guitar. Cymbals. Lane. Percussion. For Grid Violence rep through the community. Oh, and first, Wally. We found this record fine. Read, Jen, after read. People say F, O, D. I'm friends of democracy. Yeah! Barbados 2026, we're forging our destiny. From the hills to the sea we rise as one. Hands to the work, the new day's begun. Voices of courage, hearts full of flame. We're building a future in the people's name.
From Christchurch to St. James Shore, we open the doors to so much more. From St. George Plains to St. Peter's Line, the call is clear. This is our time.
No more waiting, no more pain.
The people's power will lead again.
Stand together, strong and free. We're writing our own history. We rise, we're forging a destiny. We fight for truth and unity. The people's voice, the people's dream. It's time to lead, it's time to be seen. We rise, friends of democracy. Hear the drum, hear the call. Justice and freedom belong to all. From St. Lucie winds to St. Philip South, hope is alive in every mouth.
From St. John to St. Andrew Hills, we rise with pride, unbending wheels. From St. Joseph's Heart to St. Thomas' Side, the dream is ours with people's pride.
Hope is
LP Caribbean Soccer Fusion Anthem with pop and FOD 10 tons. Tempo 120 BPM. Instruments, steel pans, brass, electric guitar. Live crowd, multi forging and we rise. Giant fruit community collab. And guess what Need Jones, national pride, unity, empowered.
From the hills to the sea, we rise as one. Hands to the word, the new day's begun. From Christchurch love to St. James pride, Barbados strong, we unified.
From St. George heart to St. Peter's flame, friends of democracy call our name. From St. Lucie Wins to St. Philip line, this island's soul forever shine.
No more waiting, no more pain. The people's power will lead again. Every heart, every street.
Friends of democracy keep the beat.
Matthew Thorne is a pastor, philanthropist, and entrepreneur dedicated to helping individuals discover and live out their true purpose, guided by the belief that the greatest tragedy in life is not death, but a life lived without purpose. He has spent the past decade serving communities through counseling, volunteerism, and mentoring young men. Matthew has created opportunities for individuals in need to earn a living and has contributed his leadership to several charitable boards, including Walking in Wholeness Ministry and the Drug Education and Counseling Services. Valuing family, righteousness, human life, and justice, his life's work is centered on empowering others and empowering others to become the best versions of themselves. And this is what he plans to do as a candidate and as a representative of his constituency. So let's welcome Matthew Thorne.
Call and response style. People say F. Friends of democracy.
Good night, Deacons Farm. Good night, a wonderful good night to everyone here this evening. What a pleasure it is to be back with you after some time. You know, I want to thank you, Jamal, for opening the way that you did. And you mentioned the importance of being truthful and the importance of being honest. But just before getting to politics, I would like to bless you. It's open with prayer, but I just want to bless you and declare God's light and love to you. I just want to also declare that prosperity would find you in 2026. I want to declare that health would be in your families, that health would be in your home. I want to declare to those that can hear me tonight that 2026 will be your best year yet. I want to bless you in the name of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and declare that your best days are yet to come. And I want to thank you for allowing us to be back here again in your community. You know, I think it's very, very important to begin the way that we have committed to recognizing the importance of faith and its connection to politics, its connection to our communities. Because we have to recognize that even as we come out and be a part of you, there are those of you here tonight that are struggling quietly. There are those of you here tonight perhaps that have felt forgotten. There are those of you that are still searching for hope. Tonight I speak to the man and to the woman that might have given up. Perhaps they're looking for a second or a third job to make ends meet. Tonight I speak to the mother and the father, mommy and daddy, that might have been asking themselves how we are going to find food or put food on the table for our family. I have always been a firm believer, as you would have heard a bit, as my friend shared a little bit earlier tonight. I've always been a believer that righteousness exalts a nation. Because when righteousness is missing, it is always the poor that suffers first. Everyone suffers, but it's always the poor that suffers first. You know, there's an old saying that some of us will be familiar with. You can fool some of the people all the time. You can fool all the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And you know, that's a fact. Barbadians, tonight I want to tell you that you're not fools and that you are not foolish. I think sometimes when people are interacting with us as individuals, it might be easy to begin to misunderstand who they really are. But I stand here with you and I recognize that together we feel the burden of the cost of living. We feel the pressure because we all exist in this vacuum together, and we know that there is something missing. We know that something isn't quite right. But I'm reminded of a story of a man and a woman in ancient times that were traveling together, and she had a baby in arms. And they were sojourning through this particular community with a donkey or a mule or an ass. And it was saddled on both sides as they were taking all of their possessions or belongings, and they were going to a different place. So as they're traveling along this place, they meet this person en route. And the person en route says to them as they're walking next to the animal, "Boss, why you don't let the woman get on the animal with the baby?" Well, that don't make no sense. So he helps his lady onto the animal, and they continue along the journey. As they're walking, they come along and they meet a couple, and the couple say, "Wait, oh, I can't be serious. We got this woman on top of the donkey, breaking down the donkey. Donkey back mashing up, because as I mentioned, it's got a load on both sides, and she on top of the donkey with this baby. Look, till she get off the baby when I walk with the animal." So she gets off the donkey, and they continue on their journey, going down the road, they're walking, going through the community. And they meet another individual, and so wait, don't want to walk in when you got an animal designed to work and want to walk in next to the donkey. Myself, listen, when I should get on the donkey is made to work. So they told him, get on the animal, this beast designed for burden. And they're making their way down through the community to where they're going. Believe it or not, as they're making their way down, they meet another couple and say, wait, they told one they're going to mash up that animal? Or what are they going to make it apart when they're going? And you get where I'm going with this, because the reality is that there are always going to be criticisms in your environment. There are always going to be people that have opinion, and opinion itself, there's nothing wrong with opinion. People are going to have opinion, and opinions are okay. But the reality is that when we are leading, we have to lead and stand on principle. There's a saying that if you don't stand for something, you will fall for. So there's going to be a lot of noise in your environment. There's going to be a lot of noise on your journey, where you are going, within your circle, within your organization. But the reality is, in our party, here within Friends of Democracy, there are 3 clear principles that we have always stood on and will always continue to stand by. And this is in a political sense, using political language. And it's putting Barbadians first. In everything we do, in everything we consider, every policy that we make, everything that we say in the press, it's important to put Barbadians first, leading with love and compassion. If we are going to be dealing with people, we always have to lead with love and compassion. And of course, governing with honesty and integrity. We must govern with honesty and integrity. And you know, a lot of times it seems to me that a lot of our progress is on paper, but paper progress is not enough. Paper progress is not enough. We have had decades, the last 40, 50 years where, and I'm not saying that nothing was done, obviously we can see tangible fruit. But a lot of times we can see progress and we ask ourselves, well, who has really benefited from the progress that we've experienced in our country? Recently, we would have heard about $500 million, an investment of $500 million. And you would have heard that the intention was to modernize Barbados's solar infrastructure. This is, of course, to tie into the energy grid and to move us away from the fossil fuels, which gives us the electricity that we're using tonight, and bring us to a place of sustainable energy. And this is good. I'm in no way knocking this. This is the direction that we need to go in. As a country, we see the entire world heading in this. And we understand that we're not an island operating by ourselves. We're not in a vacuum. And there's a larger international space by which we have to be a part of. But I have a problem when I see language and I see things being said and done. And I ask myself, well, who is benefiting at the end of the day? Because if people cannot feel the benefit, then the policy is incomplete. If you say to me, here is what we're going to do with the renewable energies. We're now going to open it up, allow people to connect to the grid, and allow an opportunity for Barbadians. We have to ask ourselves, well, who are the Barbadians that will experience the opportunity? Because as I reached out and I did some research and I spoke to some people in the field, I began to recognize that in many cases, when it comes to the renewable energy space, you would call it a solar farm where you would have an acre or several acres of land that you would convert and you would set up your solar panels in most cases. Sometimes it might be a wind turbine. But who is the average Barbadian that has an acre of land? Who's got 3 acres or 5 acres just sitting around that they can convert and slap a few solar panels on? Because when I spoke with the government agency at the time, you might have been able to wiggle and do about 3/4 of an acre. But you still have to be in a particular location as well that is approved for that type of structure, that type of system. So when you think and you ask ourselves, well, who are the people? Who are the people that can quickly run and benefit from a policy like this? Benefit from the government investing $500 million, because it's no longer just good enough to say, look, here's the investment, here's how it's benefiting the country, but it's not going to benefit the average Barbadian if there are not policies put in place from now that ensure that there is an easy segue to begin to benefit from something like this. And in an instance, you could even say this is a little bit of window dressing. And we got to move past that. That is no longer acceptable in this Barbados as we move into 2026. If we're going to say to ourselves that we're going to expand the renewable energy space, automatically when you make an announcement like that, you know what it is that we need to hear? If that were me, the first thing I would say is that that is going to translate to lower the house bill, the electricity bill, the light bill of the average Barbadian citizen. I remember canvassing only last week in St. James South, and there are people that are coming to me and they're saying that my light and my water is turned off. Could you believe that? That there are people living in this country without being connected to light and water. And what is even more troubling is that the waterworks came out, it was a few months ago, and they said when people are disconnected, that's not even the alarming part. They said that people are not even coming back to get reconnected to the system. So what is that telling you about people's pockets? What is that telling you about people's positions and where they're at? Because any solar farm development, it has to include lower income families, and not just businesses and not just people that have a little bit more or have long had dot. We have to transition now, right, as politicians and representatives for the masses, for the people, that when we say, okay, we're going to make this investment, it has to translate now for the average Barbadian. So that is what it should translate to you. So when they came out and announced it, there should be a clear understanding that your light bill comes sometime in 2026 will be 30% less, 25% less. And here is how that will happen. Because the company that was long powering the country since 1911, by a people who do not look like us, a people who in some cases do not care about us, people who do not share, for sure, our cultural values. They will always be in a different standing position to the average Barbadian and to the people that I speak to in this community as we converse tonight. So we even have to begin to look at something like a community solar and cooperative ownership. It has to be something integrated, thought out. I would even say planned before you decide to announce an investment of a particular sum. Because any energy reform of any kind, it has to put money back into people's pockets and not just upgrade the energy grid. Because of the concerns that we just spoke about. But you know, it speaks a lot about governance and the management style that we want to have. Because if you look at our exports in this country, right now we're sending billions of dollars out of Barbados, right? In other words, we're sending billions of dollars out of our economy every single year. But let me ask you a question. Who feels that? Who feels that burden? Well, let me explain to you what that looks like. That burden is going to look like you and I going to the grocery store on Monday. It's going to look like you and I going to buy that ham next week. If you're like me, you'll probably wait till Christmas Eve in the night. And the high price, you know what? You're going to gotta pay. It's going to look like the parent, you needing to pay for the school fees, you know, next term coming up. First week in January, you got school clothes to buy. You got pencils and pencil case and school uniforms. It's the average parent that is going to be impacted when we bring a policy on board without first vetting and implementing that policy so that you and me can see that benefit on our light bill, see it on our water bill, see it in some way at the end of the year, even if it was some kind of cash back. Because it bothers me that the pensioner that is here in your community, the person that lives next door, the one that you are accustomed knowing, the gentleman that goes off to catch the bus, that he too. And I know that we're going to speak to that a little later, because there should be greater concessions for the elderly that are given to so much in this country. We must move to a place where there are greater concessions for elderly. They have built this country. They built Barbados. So friends, at the end of the day, you know what? We have to produce more and export more. Somebody will say to me, but if you look at local produce, it's so expensive. Okay, fair enough. But the local produce is expensive because we do not have the incentives here in manufacturing, in farming, to allow individuals and more people to go into the field. So there's a shortage. But what happens now when there's an influx? What happens now when we're producing more than enough? We solve the issue with farming, we solve the issue with manufacturing, and now we can export. So right now I think our exports are something, it's like about $500 million, about $490 million, close to $500 million. Our imports are about $2.1 billion. So we can begin now, somebody laughed. So we can begin now to begin every single year, if we had competency, every single year we can come and announce to the people of Barbados and say, okay, our imports this year were $2 billion. Next year we're aiming for it to be 1.9. The year after, 1.8. Because you're working towards a level of sustainability where the people in the country can begin to breathe, where they can begin to live, and it is something that we should not feel embarrassed to fight for. And a lot of times we have to fight because a lot of the policies that I find just simply go to benefit bigger businesses, and that isn't good enough. We need to make greater investments into the small food producers, agro processors and the companies, and of course our local manufacturers. Because if we can do that, then we can generate the surplus that we need to increase our exports and reduce our imports. And then what is that going to do? That is going to benefit our food security. So we need then to attack it seriously and not just pay a lip service saying we're going to, come on the TV and blah, 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 food security, and it's so important, this and that. But then you're not doing anything substantial. But let me break it down to you from the angle of tourism. Because when we think of tourism, what do we think about? We think about hotels, right? We think about the white people coming and staying in hotels, the people from America and England, Canada, and at least that has been my image as I grew up as to what tourism has been about. But you know what? I was deceived. And many of you here tonight might have been deceived as well, because tourism has always been one of our greatest income earners, and rightfully so. But too many Barbadians have felt locked out of the tourism space. I spoke before about when people come and they get a job within the tourism field. It's not good enough to say that you have a job, because in many cases the job that you have is contractually arranged. So it means that when you go to the bank to get a loan, to get a mortgage, or you go to get money to do something significant, maybe you have some medical bills to pay off, it is difficult for the average person to do so, because the bank does not have modern structures in place to cater to that way that we've changed now in our economy. And mind you, that change is in nowhere for the better. But coming back to the point of tourism, tourism is not simply just the large hotels that we've come to know. It's not simply just the people that come and enjoy our country. And we want them to come and enjoy our country. We have an excellent product here. And the product is the people. I've long said that our most valuable resource are the people of this country. The people like you and I that I'm looking at tonight. You are Barbados' greatest resource. And you should be treated as such. A people that have value and a people that have worth. Because when I see the woman next door that is renting a room in her home, she is tourism. When I see the family with 2 or 3 apartments, they are tourism. When I see the driver or the housekeeper or the cleaner, the coconut vendor, the person that is cooking at the villa or cooking somewhere else, they too are tourism. Our tourism product has always been larger than the pigeonhole of the wealth that is concentrated in the few, with the large hoteliers and their friends and their friends' friends. It is large. It has always been about the communities sometimes where people come to stay. It has been about the culture and that which is natural and that which is Bajan and that which is authentically ours. So our policies then should always reflect fair transaction in terms of the licensing, reduce fees for smaller operators, training and financing for community tourism. But that is not where, I always say to people, for a long time, Barbadians, we have been trapped between a rock and a hard place. And I'm serious, as you think back, for those of you that are much older than myself, being in 1990 something, baby, many of you go back to the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. And your options at the time were either the cemetery or hell in terms of your political choices. And a lot of times we have had politicians that have not served the interests of the people, which is strange because they have made a commitment to serve you. You, the people that have value, you, the people that have worth. You're not just valuable and worthwhile at election time, maybe sometime in 2026. Your value continues into 2027 and 2028 and beyond. So we have to ask ourselves, if our tourism product extends far beyond the larger players, why do our policies not reflect that? Because we recently had the tourism accommodation bill that looked a lot like the intention was to kill the small businesses in this country. And we ask ourselves, why do our policies not reflect us if they're coming from people like us? But I guess that is the first issue we've always had. We have had representatives that have not properly represented us. We've had people that have been crafted our laws. We've had people that have been leading us and guiding us and telling us what to do, but they do not share or live realities. So Barbadians, and to those of you in Deacons Farm tonight, as you stand behind your representative, Andwele, or aka Lake, as you might know him, I would always say to you, it's not just our policies that are going to transform this nation. Yes, that is crucially important. But it is going to be persons that have integrity, persons that have the backbone, and persons that have will, determination, and grit. And when you hear him later, you'll see what I'm meaning. But you're going to have people that have a love for each other, people that have a determination to put people first in this country. Because then, when hard times come, you can stand on your policy that you have crafted, and you will not be forced to back down by international pressures. We've seen the bullies of the world. They're the same ones that send their people here and we welcome them every year for tourism. But it doesn't change the fact that they're bullies. But it is something that we should not accept or tolerate. A wise man once said that we should be friends of all and satellites of none. Was he telling truth? Was he telling the truth or was he telling a lie? Because if this is who we are, and we say that our product and our culture is more than just what we've come or what I and many of us grew up to know as tourism, then it is high time that we begin to negotiate in our region and internationally as equals. My friends, slavery has ended. It has ended physically. It has ended physically. But there's still the remnants of people that have that way of thinking and doing business in our country. And when we go to them, it is as if we're negotiating from a place of weakness. So you're right. It has changed, isn't it? In terms of how we look at it. The physical aspect has ended. But we have to get in our minds that when we connect with our community, when we connect with our international partners, we're doing so as equals. We're not doing so with any sense of inferiority. We're doing so as major players in the field that have something of substance to offer in this space. Because I strongly believe that tourism needs to lift our communities. We see sometimes policies being passed and they become law. But I say to you that an unjust law is no law at all. And we see that with the attempt to the accommodation bill. We see that with the tint law. We see that with other things that really have some alternative agenda, and they're not to really serve the people. A brother said a tax grab. Because anytime we have policies and laws that are making it easier for larger players and interests, but harder for the smaller and the average Barbadian, we have a problem. We have a measure of fairness that we need to see in our communities, but there's an imbalance because we need to have fair wages that match our cost of living. We need to have, as I mentioned, not only on the international space, but we also need to have here at home a level playing field for those in business and for these smaller people that want to get into business. As I mentioned, our export market earlier. There are a lot of persons that are doing spices and soap and makeup. A lot of people I talk to, and they just started this side business last year in 2024, and they're doing a type of hot sauce, or they're doing a type of gel using a lot of things in the backyard. Those are the type of people that we need to give greater assistance to so they can export their products. But why don't we have that type of thinking? Where is our mindset when it comes to our brothers and our sisters and our friends in this country? So what we aim to do is to remove the barriers that punish the small entrepreneur. Because if you're punishing them, you're also sending them a message. We have to end the systems, deacons. We have to end the systems in this country that reward a few while burdening the many. Because at the end of the day, we're still going to ask the many to shoulder the tax. We're going to ask the many. They're going to ask you in your homes tonight, you, the auntie, the uncle, granddad, they're going to ask you They're going to ask you, sir and ma'am, they're going to ask you to shoulder the burden of the taxes that they want to bring, when the taxes could have been evenly spread across the board by those that have the capacity to carry the weight. Why shouldn't there be a level playing field? Why shouldn't there be a table that we can all approach and partake of? Why should there be conversations and meetings in back rooms and living rooms and all kinds of rooms about policies and things that do not include us but exclude us as Barbadians in this country? We have to come to a place where we provide a more authentic, more cultural, and more unique product. And that is what a lot of the persons that have had small products that are important for tourism, as I mentioned, the hot sauce and the person cooking next door and the tourists that go down and they want to be in the community, whether they're staying in an Airbnb or whether they come out from that same place and go down the shop round the corner and buy some drinks or hit a rum with the fellas in the community. That is what some people want. And our product is far more than we have been led to believe. So tonight I hope to remove the scales from your eyes so you can realize our product is not just large hotels. It is not just people in the big expensive places that we never go. You are the product. And if you are the product, you have an immeasurable amount of value and worth. I spoke about a lot of countries that have oil and they have gold and they have a lot of natural resources. But our resource is us. And it needs to be respected. We need to have a government that understands how important we are. Because I firmly believe, I know you're going to hear it later on tonight, I firmly believe that any Barbadian in this country, any Barbadian that got work, working full time, should in no way be living in poverty. That should be impossible. We should make it our mission. Come on, guys, as a party, that if you have people working full-time, I'm not talking about part-time, full-time 9 to 5 or beyond in this country and still struggling to make ends meet. My friends, that is madness. We will end that and end that categorically. That is something that cannot continue in this country if we say that we are serious about people. If we say in our hearts that we have love for people, how is it you can see people struggling, see people suffering, and not offer them an olive branch? We pick up the sponge or the rock and we beat them into the earth with it. Because a lot of times our leaders are not people from among us. They're not people that think like us. But we have to make a change in this country if we're ever going to have a Barbados where all of us can thrive. We are a country where it is possible. Yes, we can. Together. Barbados must work for Barbadians. Again, we've had too much lip service. We've had too much window dressing. So it's not something that we want to say in words or just address at a public meeting to say, we know we've done it, we've met our quota, we've said what we need to say. We fooled the people. But remember when I started what I've said to you, that you're not fools. I believe that you have a measure, we have a measure of common sense and intelligence. And for too long, we've allowed persons to pull wool over our eyes. My friends, tonight, when I speak about us and our matters, as people like to say, the bread and butter issues, I like to say matters because a lot of times people ain't got no bread and they ain't got no butter. It breaks my heart as I walk through the community. As Laker Andwele walks through this community and he too interacts with constituents, it breaks my heart to know that people do not have. And it's not because there's an issue of resources. There's an issue of allocation because there are people that have more than enough. And it's almost as if that the resources are being stifled. They're being shut up in a room. They're being kept away from the people, and they're not being passed across to the average Barbadian in this country. So it's really about opportunity and giving opportunity back to you, the people that deserve this opportunity and opportunities in this country. It's also about dignity and fairness, because it should never be a case. It is an absolute travesty where you would bring policies and pass laws in this country that would close down people's businesses, that would cause people to find it difficult to start up that little business as an entrepreneur because they have that zeal and passion in their heart to make something, whether it's earrings or hot sauce or to do something with leather or to do something with stickers or stamps. And we could go on all night about the creativity that is locked in the Barbadian man or woman. But I find it unreasonable and unconstitutional that we would have leaders that would pass laws that will sit in Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, and they will willfully, intentionally design a policy that would hurt our brothers and sisters, that would hurt you. That's not an act of love. That's an enemy of the state. That's an enemy of the people. Our policies should be looking to grow the Airbnb business, should be looking to grow the small business that I just talked about and help them to export what they so passionately do. It should help them because the money that they make oftentimes isn't allowing them to be millionaires. But the money that they make, the money that you make, the money that I make is money that allows us to live comfortable. Perhaps it is money that just allows us to get by. But I say to you tonight, Deacons Farm, it is not enough for you simply to get by. It is not enough for you to be in your homes wondering where your next opportunity is coming from when there are those in this country that have more than enough. So we need to have an element of good governance where people always come before profit and communities always come before cooperations, before businesses, before greed. I have a vision where I see a Barbados where that justice comes before convenience. My friends, I'm convinced that if we lead with love and govern with integrity while putting the average Barbadian first, then Barbados will not be a place where people just survive. I want to elevate you out from a place of survival and let you know that you can hope again, that you can live again. What is wrong with you traveling once or twice a year? What is wrong with you being able to care for a loved one that is sick? What is wrong with you being able to do normal things that gives you back some sense of dignity or value? I wish to see a Barbados that will rise from the ashes of a two-party system that has not always been the people's guide. A two-party system that in many cases has failed the people of Barbados. But tonight I want to encourage you, as you hear myself, as you hear other speakers and other friends tonight as they bring the bread and butter issues or the issues that lack the issues that lack serious concern, to see you and I excel. And I would say is at this point, I look into land, the plane, and the close, and I can just do it once. I can do it 3 times. But on a serious note, my friends, we are in a very serious place in this country. And I know Yorke can bring the fire later. I'm normally the man to bring out the fire. But we're in a very serious place in this country where you are beginning to see things for what they really are. And that is expressed in the voter apathy that we have been That's being expressed in the voter apathy that we have been seeing in this country, where people are fed up. And you are fed up. We are fed up with things the same way year after year, government after government, and still Barbadians are struggling paycheck to paycheck, struggling to make ends meet. But tonight I say enough is enough. Tonight we come to you with a new hope. Tonight we come to you with a people that are determined not only to craft policies in your best interests, but a people of integrity, a people that have your best interests at heart, a people that want to see you in a better place tomorrow. And it begins here. It begins here in Deacons Farm. It begins here with those that are hearing my voice tonight, knowing that you can have a brighter tomorrow, knowing that you can have a better Barbados if you begin to believe, if you begin to hope again, if you begin to live again, if you begin to if you begin to believe that everything that you have lost and everything that you had can be restored if we have good governance and good stewardship in this country. I will begin as I close by blessing you, because I firmly believe that a country that has no vision, there's another saying, a blind man leading the blind? Blind can't lead the blind. My friends, we not only have to lead with integrity, we not only have to lead with a good sense of political understanding and the economy and the world around us, but we also have to lead as spiritual people with an understanding of the enemy and the issues, the long-standing issues, whether they're racial, whether it's issues of poverty, the larger issues, the macro and the micro that affect us on our day-to-day lives. But we pledge to stand and to fight for you. So I want to encourage you to fight again. I want to encourage you to hope again and to believe that each and every one of us can have a brighter and a better Barbados. Barbados belongs to us. This is our country, and we have to fight for it together. Deacons Farm, I believe that there's value in you. I believe that there is worth in you. And I believe that if you have a government that has your interests at heart, we can bring those things out of each and every one of you and bring you to a place of prosperity and success. Not just for those at the top, but for the average Barbadian, for you and for I. We can live and fight and dream again. So I bless you in Jesus' name. Good night, Deacons Farm. I love you. May God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew, for that. Inspiring speech. Thank you. While Matthew was speaking, somebody told me that we forgot to introduce ourselves when we first started. So, friends, I am Kerry Thomas, and this is Dominique Yorke.
Dominique, we talking about? That's not true. I am Kerry Thomas, and you are Dominique Yorke.
But that's what I just said. Friends, don't be like Kerry. We have some prizes given away tonight, and the only way you're gonna win it is if you have the ability to have accurate listening, to not be like Kerry.
That's right.
They said that we also did not let them know what Friends of Democracy is about. So I'm just going to let you know a little bit about Friends of Democracy. Friends of Democracy is a political party, and their fundamental mission is to stop poor people from being poor as much as possible and ensure that all Barbadians enjoy a standard of living that reinforces self-actualization and empowerment that benefits a reassured people living in a societal stabilized Republic of Barbados. We are also a party that aims to disturb the status quo from the accepted disparities in the distribution of the national wealth. Next, we have Anya Lorde. Anya Lorde is an attorney at law with extensive experience across family law and domestic violence, corporate and commercial law, and real estate. She has built a a reputation for providing strong, practical legal advice while advocating for justice and fairness in all matters. Beyond her legal practice, Anya is a committed life coach and motivational speaker dedicated to empowering individuals and communities to achieve their full potential. She has conducted impactful sessions with organizations like Rotaract Club of Barbados West, bringing her expertise in personal development and leadership to diverse audiences. Anya combines her legal acumen with her passion for service to ensure community development and offers mentorship to those seeking a second chance. These are the qualities she brings forward as she seeks to serve the public. Please help me to welcome Anya Lorde.
Deacons, friends, good evening. I want to thank Matthew for that most impactful presentation. I think that it is an appropriate introduction to what I'm going to discuss with you this evening. And note that I said what I'm going to discuss with you this evening because I'm here to communicate with you, not to talk down to you or not to talk at you. I want to start by giving you a little bit of my grandmother's wisdom. My grandmother always says to me, Anya, if you want to have a very good understanding of how some person feels about you, pay attention to the way that they treat you. Pay attention to the things that they do and do not do to you and for you, especially after they get what they want out of you. And she would say, don't pay attention to the pretty talk. Actions speak louder than words. So, we hear a lot of talk going around about our economy. I think it is only in July that the central bank said that we expect to see sustained growth into next year. But I want to talk to you about something that is far more personal tonight. I want to talk to you about the kitchen table economy. Because it is at the kitchen table that thousands of Barbadians sit down on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis to make hard decisions for their families. It is at the kitchen table where you have to put out that light bill, next to that water bill, and look at that food bill. And parents have to ask the question, do I pay the utilities this week? Or do I buy protein for these children to eat? Now, they talk about national debt, but they don't speak about family debt. We talk about inflation, but we do not talk about the inflation of anxiety that is crushing and crippling our families because they can't handle the way that the cost of living is impacting us. I was given a mandate by the president of this party to deal with families, children, and gender. And the reason why I was given that mandate is because she is fully aware of the fact that I sit in a very unique position on a daily basis. She's fully aware that I work consistently with vulnerable groups of people. So when I stand here before you and I tell you about a mother, a single mother, who says to me, Anya, when I go to the supermarket next week, I have to choose between buying sanitary napkins for my teenage daughter or rice for my family to eat. You understand the circumstances that some people are facing in this country. When I tell you about a mother who turns up at her nursery at 6:30 in the morning with her 4-year-old child and a lollipop in that child's mouth because she does not have breakfast to give to that child. And the only way she can stop that child from crying is to give that child that lollipop to eat. You understand the circumstances that families in this country are facing. So when the Friends of Democracy says to you, our intention is to bring food centers to every parish in this island. Not one or two, but every parish. We say that not because we feel like saying it. We say that not because we want to pay lip service to you. We say that because we see firsthand what is happening to families in this country. That is why we say that to you. Now let me say something. Let me ask you a question. I know somebody here has to know a mother, a woman, and I will come to the men, don't worry. I ain't leaving out the men. But I know somebody here has to know a mother who is going down to the courts sometimes 3 and 4 times a year, sometimes 3 and 4 years in a row, and they're seeing a cent in maintenance. And I want you to understand that every day that you go down to a court and sit down, you're also losing a day's pay. You have to pay bus fare to get there. I know that somebody here has to know a father, a man, who's barely making $1,200 a month. And by the time he got in his pocket to pay the bus fare to get back to work, he doesn't have enough money to properly allocate for himself or to feed those children. And let me say something to you, right? Mother quarreling, children crying, and people in his society looking at his sideways because as a man he should be providing. Who is he going to cry to? Where is his support network? So I am saying to you, when we say to you that we are going to revisit the maintenance fund so that we can take steps to provide a stopgap for vulnerable families in this country, I tell you again, we ain't saying it because we feel like saying it. We're saying it because we see the plight of families in this country. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I don't want you to take anything that I say to you at face value. Do your research. Go out there and ask questions about the candidates standing before you on behalf of the Friends of Democracy. Go and do your research. You're going to hear the good. You're going to hear the bad. You're going to hear the ugly. You're going to hear things that we probably don't know about ourselves, but that is what I want you to do. Because at the end of the day, every single candidate that we have presented to you has hands-on experience working in the field, working with the vulnerable groups of people. We don't come to play lip service. When we say to you that we are here to assist you, we are here to assist you because we know firsthand what it is that we are dealing with. And the bottom line is that we have money going into every other thing in this country except into building families and building resilience within our communities. But here's what I'm going to say to you. It can't stop there. It can't just stop at relief. I want you to look around and see where the handouts and where the relief is getting us. I don't know how many people remember the little 300 or 500 or whatever it was that it was getting away the other day. By the time the check changed, what happened? Money gone, and you still back at square one. So we have to move past relief and start to focus on building community resilience. And this is something that I am going to discuss with the president of this party. This is something that I am sure we are going to roll out more information on in the fullness of time, but I'm going to tell you that our focus has to be on building community economic hubs. We have resource centers sitting down doing nothing. We have recreational areas and communities sitting down doing not one thing. I recently started canvassing in St. Philip North. And let me tell you, the old, the young, the in-between say to me, Anya, we don't see nobody in the community. If we call and we beg them to come out to help we, they make a promise and then they don't show up for we. If we decide we want to do something for ourselves, the amount of red tape and bureaucracy that we have to go through, it doesn't make any sense putting on any consistent activity. Every time I look out my window, they tell me we seeing little children just running about the place, ain't doing nothing, they're not activities for us. If I beg for a bag of footballs, they tell me that I got to make sure that the nation and Barbados today there to take pictures of me handing one of these footballs. So again, I ask, where is the interest in building our communities? I am saying that we have to take these resource centers, these underutilized spaces, and turn them into hubs of economic activity. Places where we can have skills-based activities, not just football and cricket, which is all well and good, don't get me wrong. I'm not discounting that those things are important, but you should be able to come home on evenings. You should be able to get up on weekends and go and learn a little electrical installation, go and learn a little plumbing, financial literacy, digital literacy. A mother who knows that she may not be able to send her child down to the polytechnic because she ain't have the money, or who may not be able to get that child in the skills training because it is full, could feel good to know that I could still send them down to the community center and they will learn a little something. And what happens from there? You have economic activity spilling over into the community. You have more job security. These are the things that we need to see happening. We need to stop allowing persons to simply play lip service to we. Remember what I opened by saying. Remember what I opened by saying to you. Pay attention, not to what they're telling you, but to the way that they treat you. We in the Friends of Democracy believe in the politics of inclusion. We in the Friends of Democracy believe in holding your hand and walking with you, listening to you, assisting you, because we are one of you. I want y'all to understand that the change starts with you, not with anybody up top there, because all the big money spending up there, and when it trickle down, I ain't seeing nothing trickling down here to me or you. If we get crumbs, we get enough. We want to include you in the environment of ideas. I want to remind you that it ain't only the people in Parliament that went to Harrison College or Commonwealth, you know. We got people living in Deacons Farm that went to Harrison College and Commonwealth too. We got people living in Deacons Farm that may not have gone to what we just want to call a big school, but they could hold you in a conversation too. Okay then. We ain't surrounded by fools. So we are not going to sit down, and I'm going to encourage you to not sit down and allow anybody who is good at putting full stops and commas in place to make you feel that they're more important or better than you. You have a voice. And you have to be the change that you want to see. If you ain't figure it out by now, let me tell you something. Nobody ain't coming to save me. We have to save ourselves. I want you to know, right, that a mother or a father or a parent who is in survival mode cannot show up for their family. You cannot give what you don't have, whether it's money, whether it's time, whether it's emotional support and stability. If you don't have it, you can't give it. So when you're going to sleep at night worrying about where the next meal coming from, or when you're going to sleep at night wondering if you're going to have the bus fare to get that child to school if they miss the bus, where does that parent have time to invest in the emotional growth and stability of that child? This is a topic that I know I can probably hold some licks for. But I have a real issue when we see children falling by the wayside. I have a real issue with the fact that there is a certain kind of Barbadian that likes to jump up and say it's because the mother in love them. It's because nobody don't want to look at them. It's because nobody don't care about them. It's not always the case. It is not always true. I stand in a place where very often I see several mothers and several fathers beg the magistrate at the court as the last resort to help them with the children. I stand in a place where I realize that, you know something, we don't have enough support for mental health. We don't have enough support for persons dealing with poverty. When this child goes into the school, it is not simply bad behavior that you are seeing. Sometimes it's malnutrition. Sometimes it's dealing with the pressure at home that they're too young to be managing. But we ignore these things. We pretend that these things don't exist. I like to refer to Barbados as a candy. You have the nice pretty wrapper on the outside, and when you take off that wrapper, you got the nice sugar coating, but when you get to the inside, it's bitter. And if we don't do something, and I say we do something, not ask them to do something, not rely on them to do something, if we don't come together and do something for ourselves, that bitterness gonna consume we. So when you get up and you decide that you're marching out there to put your ex in the ballot, I don't want you to vote for relief. I want you to vote for the pain of progress. I want you to vote for a place where your children could see what you did not have. I want you to vote for resilience. I want you to make them understand that we have to divert resources away from simply and only providing relief, which is needed, and help to build more resilient families, because when families rise, communities rise. And when communities rise, Barbados rises. Let us demand moving away from temporary relief, please. Let us start investing in permanent resilience of our communities. Exactly. Sustainable. Friends, short and sweet. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you very much, friend Anya, Lorde. One more round of applause for her, please, as we continue.
That applause was for yourself. Can you give it up for Anya?
No more waiting, no more pain. The people's power will lead again.
Every heart, every street, friends of democracy, keep the beat.
We rise, we're forging our destiny. We fight for truth and unity.
Kerry, how you getting on here?
I had a drive.
You drove? You sure you don't catch the bus, or no bus wasn't available?
Well, the bus was available, man. I decided to get in the car and drive down.
Okay, well, my friend Sandy, she told me that she was on her way here. But what happened is she fell in a pothole.
Gee,
We will see she next time.
another pothole? Well, we can't have a road at all that doesn't have a pothole. We can't get 100 meters without seeing a pothole in the streets or trying to avoid it?
The last time I see a road or a pothole is when you know it had the big cricket thing.
Oh,
don't-
yeah.
Yeah, that
I
time.
forget that's the time that. That's the
But
only
that
time the
road
roads
wasn't
get
good no
fixed.
though. But anyhow,
Okay, got you.
you know, we talk about some praises. Who would like to win a praise? Or would just like somebody to run on up here if you feel like winning a praise? Come on.
You know, but want to praise this? Yeah.
No, Steffanie, your turn ain't come yet.
We have some giveaways for the community. It is to ensure, one, that you have listened so far and will continue to listen to what us, the Friends of Democracy, have to say.
The only type of price that could fit in here is money. Is it money or vouchers?
We sure, I don't know, but we're going to open it, then we'll see what it is inside it.
Okay, y'all want to hear the question first?
I think you should ask the question.
Wait. When I learn it from, when the government, when the tricksters. I can read the question for one. No problem. It's okay. What is the aim of Friends of Democracy political party? That's an easy question.
No,
you
you
can't show.
gotta come up. You gotta come up. You got to come. Come quick. Who coming? Somebody walk up. And get it. And
Let me put it in my purse.
no, you can't put your purse. It's a giveaway, not a gift to you.
But they're being shy.
Nobody, any person can come.
I can read the intro again, right? Friends of Democracy political party is Barbados' newest political party with an array of familiar faces, beautiful faces, along with a bright and enterprising emerging prospect. We as a party aim to disturb the status quo from the accepted disparities in the distribution of the national wealth. Who would like to win this prize? Nobody at all?
Dominique, you don't give it away, man. We gotta ask another question, though, man. We gotta ask another question, easier question.
But not easy.
An easier one.
How many potholes they got in Barbados? Oh, that one hard. That is a hard question. Well, since nobody feels like winning the prize, we can just leave that on to after the next speaker
No
comes
problem,
up.
man.
Because I
Give
am
him a chance to
excited.
do the homework.
Yeah, I am excited to hear the next speaker.
Oh, yeah.
And she is excited too. She was excited to come for this prize. I feel like giving her the prize.
We so excited, and she's so excited we got even build a platform for her. So let me while we were in our honor, let me get a platform built for her.
Our next speaker is Steffanie Williams. Williams' journey into public life began in her community when she founded the Free to Be Me Book Club and Reach Out and Touch Our Children charity in 2012. Her leadership role includes serving as secretary-treasurer, vice president, and president at multiple schools, and the Parent-Teacher Association at the Lawrence T. Gay Memorial School and Ellerslie Secondary School. During the years she served in these schools, when she served in these schools, she would advocate for environmental improvement and enhanced security measures, in addition to empowering students through reading lessons, tours, camps, and luncheons for at-risk boys. Steffanie also hosted mentoring sessions demonstrating her commitment to creating safe and nurturing spaces for children. She is running for office to be a voice for the voiceless because she believes there is potential in every child. Give it up for Steffanie Williams.
St. James Shore, we open the doors for so much more. From St. George Plain to St. Peter's Line. The call is clear, this is our time.
For waiting, no more pain. The people's power will lead again. Stand to let it strong and free. We're writing our own history.
We rise, we're forging our destiny. We fight for truth and you.
Good night. It's a pleasure to be here. And I know that none of you can see my feet sweating or the butterflies in my stomach. But it's good to be here. I want to sing the chorus to a song, right? Because we here, or us here in Barbados, going to get serious. We're going to make a lot of things make sense. So emancipate your minds from mental slavery. None but yourself can free up your mind. Have no fear of atomic energies, 'cause none of them can stop the times. How long will they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just a prophecy. We got to fulfill the books. Won't you help me sing this song of freedom? We here in Barbados need some freedom. We need some freedom. And in order to get that, we need to emancipate our minds. We need to understand that we deserve it. We should not have to beg for it. We deserve it. Okay? So, I'm firstly going to speak to some policies and be a nice girl, and then get into some other stuff. So let's talk about traffic congestion. I had to write down everything I wanted to say because I could get a little bit right. So, traffic congestion is a headache. Not only does it cause persons to be hot and sweaty, but it also leads to frustration and anger. These set the tone for workplace anxiety. Congestion of traffic affects motorists trying to get to work and the employer who's expecting a specific quota for the day. If productivity is hampered, it can lead to time cuts and loss of jobs. Maybe that's going to happen with the 21 cents that has been added on. I don't know. Persons say too many cars are on the road. Others say, well, I need my car because transportation ain't reliable. However, we cannot trample or impede on the rights of people who want to buy vehicles to assist them with their daily tasks. We have to look for solutions to radically address congestion and bring a free flow to traffic here in Barbados. The Friends of Democracy political party policy on the use of sea taxis to alleviate road traffic congestion. The FOD proposes to create adequate parking facilities in our 4 major towns to facilitate the effective operation of a public-private sector near-shore sea taxi operation to ferry commuters to and from those cities. The rationale for the initiative is to provide sea transportation at peak hours to cover the movement of commuters from Oyster's in the south to Spikestown in the north, with an incorporated service to Bridgetown and Holtown, thus reducing significantly the heavy traffic congestion on our roadways. PSVs. Honestly speaking, as per usual, everyone by now should know where I stand on specific issues referencing the PSV sector. I will also clarify publicly that I do not condemn or place every PSV operator in the same basket. This is not a Peter pay for Paul and a Paul pay for all situation. Whether conductor or driver, being a PSV operator can be hard, 4 Ds on hard. Now I know I have much to learn under my portfolio, but I am willing to learn, and that is utmost important, the willingness to learn. And one thing I can tell you is having to hustle constantly to ensure that one has enough to cater to the needs of their loved ones and self is not easy. Now I have spoken to many PSV operators, and they have varying viewpoints on the things that should and should not happen, the things that should be implemented, the things that can make things easier for them. We acknowledge that the PSV sector in Barbados is a backbone of the public transportation sector. We want to add an award feature to the basic payment of all PSV workers to ensure that their wages to enhance their wages, to acknowledge that they are important to the sector here in Barbados. The rationale for this policy is to reduce the over-enthusiastic spirit of competition, which enables or encourages reckless and unlawful behavior. And we must be reminded of October the 20th, 2025, when there was a mass casualty involving the Leste students. We must never forget that. To bring all into the government payroll with a negotiated and fixed weekly stipend to be added alongside the wages from their respective employers. I have spoken to some agree, and some do not. The FOD is of the view that the method of payment is at the heart of the indiscipline now existing in the sector. It will also engender a feeling of care for the workers, thus creating a culture of second-tier entrepreneurship among the sector's drivers and conductors. Privatization of transport board. When I first heard about this, it took me back a bit. I'm still trying to understand how it's going to work exactly, and I guess we will all have to wait and see. Well, we'll wait and see. Now, when I heard about the transport board being privatized, I went into my mind. And I made it my business to ask those who will be most affected one question. How do you feel about the privatization of the transport board? I would have spoken to a few senior citizens who said that in the event that they have to pay bus fare, it will cause a greater strain on them, referencing the fact that they already have to stretch their pension checks. They have to leave out certain essential items just so that they can pay the water bill, the phone bill, etc. Right? One disabled lady said to me that the bus provided for them eliminates much of her stress and anxiety to get around. And we all know that that is very important, right? Now, let's get to a few issues that I'm most passionate about. And I'll try not to be too passionate. The grooming policy. It was said that our nation's children need to embrace their African culture. I'm sure all of you here would have remembered that we had a delegation of our brothers and sisters from Africa. And none of them looked unkempt. They looked very tidy to me. Now, I don't know what is taking so long. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know what is going on. But this is something that the government currently needs to look at. Now, when we talk about the youth being deviant and displaying all of these behaviors that they cannot understand why, I'm choosing my words carefully, they cannot understand why, we have to really contemplate what is going on, because things got to make sense. And for me, a lot of things not making sense, right? A lot of things not making sense. Now, the elderly persons in this country, right, would have sweat, would have shed tears in order to help bring Barbados to the place where we are at. And most of them that I would have spoken to are to the point where they feel like they have been neglected. We have to, and I use the word have, we have to ensure that we allow these persons to know we care. You are not forgotten. We respect what you have done, and we're going to do whatever it takes to ensure that you are more comfortable. It is really not fair when our senior citizens have to beg. It is not. I know in my constituency what I want to do is come up with an initiative called Elderly Ambassadors. And these persons would once a week maybe 3 or 4 times a month, visit the elderly in the constituency, sit down with them, talk to them, let them know that they are not forgotten. Sometimes all they want is a conversation. Sometimes all they want is someone to just sit and listen to what they have to say, because they are lonely. The elderly in this country, they are lonely. Now, our youth are on a destructive path, and a radical pullback is needed. It is okay to say blame the parents, but we cannot just blame the parents, because, again, I sit and I ponder, and some people tell me I'm weird. I like being weird, right? Now, when you check the wandering legislation that was relaxed, we see school children at the bus stop all 9 o'clock and 9:30. Like, what really going on? Make it make sense. A few months ago, we had a 14-year-old girl missing. And when she returned home, she had nothing to say to her father about where she was. And then we wonder what is going on with our youths. Yes, parents play a vital role, and parents need to take more responsibility in instilling discipline in their children. And I try my utmost best every day to ensure that I do what I can to allow my children to know that I am here and this is what I expect. They will not always get it right. They will not always get it right, but we must be supportive of the youth. When I hear people saying, oh, the youth's lost, how would I mean? Forgive me for talking, Beijing, but how would I mean? They are the future of this country. And if we speak certain words into the atmosphere, what do we expect is going to happen? Words are life, and we need to be very mindful of the things that we say, right? Now, I don't know how much more time I have. Nobody ain't checking the clock? Great. Great. So, about 2 nights ago, so my book is finished. So, about 2 nights ago, we would have seen a post or a voice note going around. Former Senator Tricia Watson, right? She was appointed by the opposition leader to advocate about the high electricity rates. However, she fiercely advocated for the issue that happened at the Springer Memorial School. To date, what's today's date? To date, no one has been held accountable for that. And you guys hear me wonder, why is it that I seem to be talking about the youths, the youths, the youths, the youths? I love the youths. So when I had my book club in schools, right, I would have been privileged to interact with young people. When I had my charity, I was privileged to interact with young people. And again, all young people are not bad, right? But it is just a sad, sad situation right now. And I just lost my train of thought for a minute. However, let us move along smartly, you know? A lot of things are troubling here in Barbados. You know, we were told that the taxes, it just came back, right? So what she was allowing us to know was that this bill that is supposed to be passed with our money, my money, you money, we money, right, will be used for something that we don't even know. And like she explained, it is not clear in the legislation that they want to pass how it would be used. I know I'm really amazed sometimes how quickly a social media post can go out, because we all know that Madam had a reply. That is not so. That is not true. But you and I know that there is some truth to it. If you choose to believe, that is on you, right? But we have to be wise in this day and age. It's not every time somebody bring Morby to you that you can drink it. Sometimes you got to say, I want that sugar though. Sometimes you got to say, nobody holding on for that. Stop taking everything that persons give to you as the gospel truth. We have to be mindful, and these are serious times going forward, and I see that they are coming. But I will end on this note. Poverty, right, is a mindset. Never forget that poverty is a mindset, okay? No situation is a final destination. God brought David from in the fields tending to sheep into the palace being a king. Poverty pushed me into politics. And despite how they say she ain't know what she doing, if God could feed the birds, then God can put in me what I need to know so I can do what I need to do. Have a blessed night.
Thank you so much, Steffanie, for that important. I'm too tall for this.
That's right. We don't need this on platform. And we take it to 7
You
feet.
don't need these stilts.
It's true. But hey, we hit the tent roof. But ladies and gentlemen, that was Miss Steffanie.
Williams. Steve, I love when you playing low. Turn it up.
To St. James Pride, Barbados strong, we unify.
You got more than where that come from? Come on, here's some more.
Friends of democracy call our name. From St.
Y'all ain't partying with me?
Everybody, they big up DJ Steve Blackett.
My praises. When they don't want my praises and when they party with me.
Call and response style. People say,
I like it. I like it. I like it. I love it, actually.
Friends of democracy. People say, D. I'm friends of democracy.
All right, Steve, low, break
Barbados
down low, break down low.
2026, we're forging
You
our
know what,
destiny.
Dominique, it's amazing and a privilege to have our own music.
Yes, it is.
You know, we hire artists to, sing songs. Then the public know who the Friends of Democracy are. And it is amazing because, we could have songs playing on the radio and no one would get in trouble.
You ever hear about somebody getting in trouble for a song?
You sure? Come on, you sure? So it is good. It is good that we can have our own music and hopefully we can have it on the radio. And big up our DJ, Mr. Steve Blackett. Give him a round of applause, everybody. All right, these giveaways. We have come all the way down to Deacons Farm to give back to the community. So we want somebody to come and join us on the stage. Please, on the tank. We ain't getting any questions. Just come.
As you say,
Is it easy?
from before. I just get.
We got somebody coming? Oh, finally. It could be anybody, it could be any person. Yes, sir. What's your name, sir?
Kerry Harrison.
Say that again?
Kerry Harrison.
Okay, so, Kerry, we just have one easy question to ask you. Dominique?
Yes. So you want the fresh question or you want a question from before?
The one from before would be nice.
Okay.
Things early.
So let me move my paper because. What is the aim of the Friends of Democracy political party?
I think the aim of the Friends of Democracy is to win the next government.
You're going over that
All
one.
right. Here. And that is our goal, ladies and gentlemen, to make Barbados better. The Friends of Democracy, we have a goal to make it better, okay?
And we will accomplish our goal.
Amen.
So our next speaker is someone that is well known to this community.
Y'all can guess who that is? I didn't hear. What was that? Our next speaker is none other than Rickey and Andwele Williams. Rickey and Andwele Williams was the founder and coach of the Deacons Farm football team. He was also one of the promoters of the first Banks Island-wide road tennis tournament kept right here in Deacons Farm. Throughout the years, Rickey has been a political activist, maintaining the need to represent the people of his community by creating paths of success for them. This was further established when he became the manager of the Deacons Development Complex. He has a love for sports, community empowerment, and music. And as a musician, he traveled extensively through North and South America, Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean, owning his craft. He was the musical director for the Wendy Allen Band for 11 years and has accompanied almost all the local artists such as Richard Stoke, Gabby, Mr. Dale, Edwin Yearwood, and so on. In proclaiming his love for Christ and earning the name evangelist, he has used his musical talents to play with the backing bands for gospel artists such as Jamaican Chevelle Franklin and Trinidadian Sherwin Gardiner. Being a driving advocate for the local music genre, Spooge, arranging, recording, and producing the music daily. To this end, he is the owner of Trident 66 Recording Studio, producing and arranging music for some of Barbados' leading artists. Rickey was a former member of the Democratic Labour Party, as well as serving as a member of the board of directors at the UDC, KOMI, and KDC. Recently, Andwele has become the second vice president of the newly formed Friends of Democracy political party, and he is the candidate for St. Michael Northwest, where he intends to continue serving this community. Give a hand for Mr. Rickey and Andwele Williams.
Here, 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 here.
I'm Friends of Democracy. Barbados 22. Slightly verified was fake debts. Cost of living so high, people barely survive. Family stretching every dollar just to stay alive. You holding back tax returns till Christmas time, but by then it done gone, spitting one straight line. Talking about climate change like it's headlines to read. But in St. Lucie, they praying the water turn clean. You spending big money, but the lives ain't changing. Promises loud, but the pain's still raging. Accident emergency, same long wait. Borrowing and spending, but the hours get great. We suffering in silence while you playing the game, and the folks in the line know the system to blame. People crying out, where is the love? Where is the hope that you promised us? We tired of the pressure, tired of the pain. You saying progress, but nothing has changed. Where is the love, Barbados? Where is the love? We're fighting to rise, but enough is enough. One love, you say, but we not feeling the love. Oh, where is the love?
Right, ladies and gentlemen. The artist asks, where is the love? Where is the love? People crying out. And the artist asks, where is the love? If I could sing, I would ask the same thing, but I could shout it out and ask, where is the love? Tonight, I come to you a little emotional because this is my land. This is where my belly was birthed 100 years ago. I have not been able to shake it off, no matter what part of the world I went. I went to all four corners of the world, and all they know me from is Yorke from the farm. Wherever I went, it was Yorke from the farm. Tonight I might even feel like I will cry, because I'm at a stage now in this life where I have seen, after all these years, this is the lowest time that I have seen Barbados at. run by a woman who visits us sometimes after her exploits throughout the world, trying to be a world star, trying to get on every newspaper, TV, and everything while we in Barbados that put her in power suffer. Every day, every week, every hour, every minute, there is some type of tax thrown on the backs of the poor, working class people of Barbados. The last one was the NIS. If you know how that affects us, because they said that Barbados is an aging society. So we will get to a stage where we will never ever get that pension. A lot of people here, I meet Gerson right there sitting down, 83 years old. She looks better than that. She was down at this farm since 1968. She knows everything about this farm. Her pension has just been reduced. And too weak to fight. Now I know the cops go in the press record when they come to talk. And I don't come out here to slander nobody because I ain't calling nobody name. I passed that stage. I don't have to. The people will do it for me. I ain't gonna rob nobody. I ain't gonna rape nobody. I ain't gonna do none of them things. So I ain't gonna call nobody name. Everything that these people do out there in the open. So I would just be a fool to do it. I will talk about the Prime Minister because she is the boy that got to be held responsible for what's happening in Barbados. Because she said, give me the vote and watch me. I've been watching for 7 years, man. And I ain't seen nothing that do for the benefit of these people. Nothing. And it hurts me to hear a fellow telling me I is a B and I is a D. That live in constituencies like these. When the B nor the D ain't do nothing for you. Everything that is happening against you, especially this administration. Tape this. They bring a big set of big rocks and throw on the back right behind there. Big boulders. Bigger than that. Big boulders they brought and put at the back behind there, just about 50 yards down there. They brought them to Deacons Farm. They didn't only put them down there, they put them on the playing field. Stop the young people from running about. Now I can get to where the young people, the way they are. They only stop the young people from running about. All night long, the trucks coming. So the people in the farm can't sleep. You can hear the trucks banging all back here, even to Jenkins. And while Motley and the crowd live in the lower court or Sandy Lane, and quiet, the people in Deacons Farm and Brandons and Brighton don't hear go stuff their ears. And you telling me you're a B? You better wake up. You better wake up. This is not time for that foolishness. That is not all. In 2006, leading up to the general election for 2008, there was a big fight in this constituency and throughout the constituencies like the housing areas in Barbados about how much they can sell the houses for. Because Earl Barr has said in his wisdom that after a certain amount of years and the people had paid enough rent, they can own the houses. Rent to own was going all back down in 1970. It's only a new term now. Earl Barr said that. So when they get to that stage, around 2000, 2006, 2005, the Barbados Labour Party, Clyde Masker was the agent for them then. He was the parliamentary representative for this area. And he said that the Barbados Labour Party will sell these houses for $75,000. You all could remember this. David Thompson said, you mad? Well, these people done pay for these houses 10 times. We will give these people these houses because they pay for them from 75,000 to not. Now remember the number 75. Don't forget 75. It's a real significant number in politics in Barbados. I'm going to refer to it a little later. But the Barbados Labour Party said we can sell the houses for $75,000. And some people rush and pay down on them. I know one or two people. One is dead. A woman that used to live in for years. I love planting. She used to give me plantings every day. She died. She paid down for the house. And the Democrat Labour Party said at the time, no, these houses going to the people for free. Because they're not for free, they already paid for them. After 20 years, they paid for them even more. So that was a done deal. The Democrat Labour Party went the government in 2008. Now I remember I tell you this is 2006 to start. 2008. They came around in 2010, 11, 12, and they said they can't give it the house because the houses are the one unit, and they got to separate them. So they put these things, if you look around, you can see some like things when talk the houses, like piece of wood. It really ain't piece of wood. They call it firewalls. And that technical. Firewalls was able to help you to get these houses, get the deed for the houses. This is Thompson died in 2010, right, Steve? 2010. The Democrat Labour Party fell to grace in 2018. This started in 2006. Do some math. Between 2006 and 2018 is 12 years, right? The Barbarian Party for how this is 2025, right? 26, right? 25. That's 6 years now, right? Do the math. How much years, guys? All total. Or just more than enough. Good. You don't know nobody ain't getting a deed yet. A man was telling me next time people get a deed, they won't bring them, let me see them. Because if one body got a deed, everybody got it because it's the same house, under the same conditions. So how come a fella got a deed? Up to now, nobody ain't got a deed. We talked about this in Hansville 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago. They like to forget that we didn't know about it, but they forget that they come from down here. I ain't F4D, but they come from down here. And like the rest that get rich and switch. I'm proud to know that I'm a member of Deacons Farm. Born right cross state, not born right, come down here in 96 years, or over right through that crack. Next to mental. My father and mother brought me here. First time I saw a water toilet in my life. So I'm grateful for that. So that's Albar, so I will never forget that. I'm ungrateful. I get like some of the rest that after they get out and they get a little job. They come from down here or from Moncton Deacons. They don't even pass up and down here. They just go across that road according to associate themselves with the farm. You only see them on elections. They just see me anytime. This liquor from the farm. You know what time we don't let the call it liquor anymore? Because the anoint here in Africa, they anointed me in Africa Andwele and so that you are no longer a slave. And gave me an African name called Andwele. And when we checked it out, Andwele means God got me. And I know that that name is right because God got me. God has been trying to look at me for the years for speaking the truth. So for those that don't know, I am Andwele. God got me. Because every day I get threats. I get about 19 phone calls today. I can get back to the house in a minute. I get about 19 phone calls today. Rickey, be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. You know these people be in pain. I said, but if I go live in Barbados and be frightened to talk, I could well day. And who I can be frightened for? None of these people ain't got 3 feet and 10 hours. You think that these people could scare me? What they could do me? Tell somebody, put on the hood and come in the corner and shoot at me. I from down here, I know the rules. They can't trick me. I can talk, though, cause nobody ain't talking. Remember the number I called 75. Because I can get back to 75. I know when the head's starting to work already. 2006 to 2025, 19 years, and we ain't get these D's yet. You know what the D's will do for us? Make you a home owner. Not a tenant no more. A home owner. You know when a home owner get a piece of paper in your hand, like this. You can walk into any financial institution and say, one boy something, I got this. We cannot do that. And that is one of the reasons why they keep you in bondage, because they ain't giving the opportunity to get that. And I call upon it again tonight. They sent some people out here in the farm last week, about 9 people from National Housing, but busy with some paper, running all around here. I called again tonight, send them back out tomorrow. Don't send them, bring the D's. Because it can't take long to bring these. You got too much lawyers in Barbados, brighter than bright. Every day you see what a lawyer do. You can't get a deed do for 19 years, 20 years. Some of the people that in there no making the law born and raised down here. They come from the farm here as well. St. Matthias, Seversons, all the houses there that come from. You telling me that you can't find a lawyer in there to go and make this deeds right? Just because it's going to affect and make me feel that we special. We were special before the deed. The deed belonged to me. It is a right. It is not a gift. We deserve it. And bring it. Don't let me go. Come and take it. Bring it. Done with the deed for now. Remember 75. And if I forget it, remind me. Because 75 is a significant thing with the Barbados State Party. I don't know what the like book 75. We went to Andwele and we talked about St. Lucie. Now I feel very strongly about this water issue. I don't know about y'all. Water, we is water. I mean, it's we is water. We is literally water, human beings. We is water. We can't survive without water. 90 is water. Cameroon is water. How then can you restrict that from me? You're trying to kill me? You down in St. Lucie for the last 4 or 5 years struggling, saying that you're trying to get the water fixed. What's so hard in fixing pipes and fixing water? What is so difficult about it? If it's difficult, come and tell us. You bring the Chinese bring the Great Wall of China from Barbados to all up in China, that wall bill. I can't fix a little place as big as my wrist with water. Who would you think they're talking about though? But the people in St. Lucie ain't count. For St. Lucie, the forgotten parish. It ain't count. And St. Lucie is the constituency or the parish that most of us and our foreparents come out of. The whole plantation and that. My grandmother then come from down there. They refuse to fix St. Lucie. But after we call upon them in St. James, I see some activity now in Sutherland Hill. They're digging up now again. All over the digging up, all over St. Lucie now again. Fix the people water. When the World Cup was coming down here the other day, and all the roads, they're bumpy, when the panic comes and said they can't let the world see Barbados with all these big holes in it, I'm going to fix the roads. All the craters in the road, I'm going to fix the roads in so much a hurry that they let the take out the natural potholes and left a bigger pothole, this was the hydrant. A paved pothole. So now you got the hydrant bum you're still dropping in it, but at least when they fix the roads, they look good. So the water is more important. When they can do women that want to do, come and they got the resources to do it. Fix St. Lucie. It's about time. Stop treating poor people this way. If it was up in Sandy Lane or any one of them places, it would have done fix already. So, look. Don't let me go call for this again, you know. Because the next calling on me for this, you know. This is unfair. And they had the audacity to come and bring some water the color of, I ain't going to call the word, called the taping. Maury look good. But the color of, good. When they bring that, and the man saying it could drink, I would have liked to hold it and straight down his throat. So that's how you look at me? That's how you look at me? I will send you. Would they could pay you to send you to make yourself look so? Because the minister of water would have to come and do that. Don't let them send you. And this is the type of country, this is how Barbados is running in 2025. This, the Prime Minister just talked about, I'm speaking about the Prime Minister a lot tonight, because the buck starts and stops with Mayor Motley. Everybody knows that. When she visits us, she comes and she says what she wants, and she goes and come again. And when they make a mess of it, she got to come to try to clean it up. Remember 75. We, in 2008, David Thompson kept a meeting up by Julian. Carry your minds back, some of you political people here. Haggard Hall. Good. And this meeting, David Thompson talked about a $75,000 check that Oinafa received. I said, not received, received. Go put the deep on it, because he dead and gone. Oinafa received this $75,000 check and refused to put it in the coffers of the Barbados State Party, but had some frivolous excuse where he kept this $75,000. And David Thompson pulled the paper out and showed the $75,000. Evidence. And Barbados said, what? Even B said, what? You take up the money and go on with it? We ain't got no account for this $75,000. I don't know what year it was. I forget, but it ain't too long ago. Another $75,000 turned up. Somewhere in the same area. About 200 yards from where we kept the Democratic Party kept the meeting then. It's 75. It's 75. The knot's different, but it's a 75. Two front numbers is the same. Evidence there is money is 75. You can put 19 million knots, Island. Another 75 turn up. And the people in Barbados holler for murder. Lord, because all that talk came up because a member of the former party was at the time in America fighting to save himself from going to jail for the same type of thing. Dealing with some money that little funny money. So the talk was in the air, but politicians taking up people's money. And this came out, and it started to stink up Barbados. And everybody was calling for the lady's head. Now, I ain't judge nor jury. I could only base on what I hear. But she said, or is alleged that she said that she put it there to keep it to get it to wherever it's supposed to get. I'm not accusing her for anything. And I don't know, some people say they get there. But I deal with the 75. But they could put on the knots. But why I said that the Prime Minister of Barbados came back to Barbados. Because so when she visits us, and when the news hit her and everybody had their say, she went into the House Assembly and said, it's a done deal in that manner. I have investigated it, and it's a done deal. Like as she is judge and jury. Case closed. You see the arrogance and the ignorance of that person? And big men and women stood there and refused to pick their teeth, including one that got a lot of talk. Didn't pick the teeth. The press ain't get involved with it because Oinafa said before he died that the Prime Minister of Barbados got despotic tendencies and narcissistic tendencies. I did not say that. He said that. All we were left to do is to watch her behavior. And there it was. There it was. Case closed. You ain't hearing nothing more but that 75. Done. That is the country that we're living in now. Where people could call me this time of morning, anytime, and tell me, be careful what you say. It never happened in all my years living in Barbados. We were free to speak. As long as we don't slander anybody. But Barbados has gone to the point now you got to be very scared of opening your mouth. I had not for the friends of democracy, none of the rest of them out here. You would not believe that they got other political parties. None of them ain't coming to represent the people. We got to come to represent the people because they're stop. This is the climate that we're living in, fear. More fear now than ever before. Crime and violence. The laugh again at Thompson. Crime and violence. Never had it like this in Barbados. Scary. Crime a day. The most heinous crime, like a movie. Things that going on in Barbados look like a movie. Sometimes you don't even belong there. You don't believe. But now we beginning now to believe it because it happens so often. But when it first started happening, we said, no, that ain't true, man. That's somebody doing playing a prank. Because that never happened in this country yet. Now you tell the people give you the vote and watch it, you know. And this is what the people watch and see. That's why you run back and keep an election in less than 5 years because you knew that you can run this country. You were running about the world looking to make yourself popular if you was Rihanna. We hire you to run this country. So crying water, blood on the streets, running the street. They got a man that in this audience tonight that just witnessed a murder. An ordinary citizen in this audience, I tell you out here. He's short so you can see. Witnessed a murder. He was getting his tire fixed. And a man rode up on a bicycle without tint. Bicycle hand a tint. And let go a shot and kill a man. My friend was so frightened that when he realized that the man kid, he said this boat never ran so fast. He ran a fall down going all up. Can't drive. Big daylight, the man was shot for days. That's a bit hard, Batman. Tell me why I can't believe this. And I hear about this every day, but I get my tire fixed. And a man just ride up without think, bam! I'm going along. I mean, the police tell them quickly. But this is the country that we live in, that we can't keep up with crime. And I was just talking to my brother there in Christ. And he said, Rick, there's only one thing for this. There's only one thing. And Friends of Democracy said it, so I know he agreed with it. You've got to bring back capital punishment. If you do capital crime, you're going to get capital punishment. Who you think you are, though, that you could just walk and kill somebody's child store? And just go along? And then you get in court and two lawyers that ain't got no morals too. I say that, take me and say, could fight the case for you. You got some morals and say, I want that case. I don't want that case. I ain't calling nobody's name. I ain't calling nobody's name. You ain't putting me in the trouble with that. But they got some cases that you don't want. They got some things that you don't want. I know Harrison don't want that case. I know Karina don't want that case. I know Anya don't want that case. Them is lawyers. Because they will go sleep in it for the night. You can keep saying that. I ain't going on him. Because he's a beano, he may sting me. Them is cases that you don't want. Because you want to get these people off the street. You put back these people on the street to create this same behavior. If you cannot stem the tide of crime in Barbados, let the Friends of Democracy run the country. Because you can't get it run. You give up. You can't get nothing run. You give up. Listen, folks, before I get too far. They want spring election plan. We spring election plan. Now, the mandate is 5 years. The mandate is 5 years. I don't know why you should want to call election before 5 years unless you do the people saying wrong and want to catch parties like ours that just start not organized enough to have the budget to run a political election. So I come to you all know. This party does not have the finance that these people got. We ain't got no war chest. We come to represent you. Full floor. Represent. I ain't talking about being in parliament as an MP. We come to represent you, to serve you. So we don't have the largesse to give away. If you intend to sell yourself, you can sell it and let more blood flow on the streets and then cry again. I plead tonight to you folks out here in Deacons, this community, and even those that can hear my voice. And those, God, this is streaming now. FOD is streaming to 10,000, more than 10,000 people overseas, you know. This party is rising and strong. This ain't just in Barbados, you know. This all over the world. I got a friend right there now in Florida watching. I comment tomorrow morning about what's going on here. Another one in Miami, that's Florida too. Another in New York. They're listening and watching to see what's going on in Barbados because we give you the truth of what Barbados is. The crime is out of hand in Barbados. You got an attorney general who only smiles. That's all he does is smile. I ain't calling the name. All he does is smile. And he could have smiled one time because there wasn't a crime. There was just a little thing once. And the fellow would get really mad and do something and then feel sorry about it. Not like what's going on now. So the boss came back from one of our visits and decided the people crying out are looking bad for me. So since you keep on smiling all the time, I ain't going to move you, but they can bring some help for you. And she brought a fella from the cabinet. And his job was to look for the rebels or the people that committing crime and give them some money to stop them from committing crime. Don't care you dress it up. That was his job. You make some money available to him, and he's going to look for the people that is deal with drugs and deal with the crime and give them some money and stop them from committing crime. Because when a man belly full, he don't go and do nothing. But you forget that the money is run out. And when the money run out and the men do so and no more income, guns step back up again and more crime going on. So the last time I hear about that fella, the story that I heard about him wasn't even a nice story. I don't know. He just dropped out of sight. The other fella was smiling, but he just dropped right out of sight. Seat vacant. That is what happening in Barbados. This is the people that run in this country, you know. So when the Prime Minister get on TV and talk about we're trying to make Barbados a banana republic, maybe it's a banana republic made by you and your gang. This is a banana republic as we speak because we ain't got a law and order. We got all types of foolishness going on in Barbados. You created it. And the world's looking, you feel in the world now because you want to be a world star. You telling the world that this is the greatest place on earth because you want to walk out and talk pretty about the back on the microphone and let people feel that you really special. You ain't nothing special. You got 166 square miles down here. You can't get run. How you going to run the world? Who you fooling? So when the whole world seeing what happening in Barbados now, it offend you. They're the same woman that when the Democratic Party was in power, bring the cameras and show this, of course, with the sewage. That didn't come on social media too. Then stop the tourists from coming. With the people, the tourists that's come to, we don't forget that the tourists that's come to Barbados come from places that got more crime than Barbados, you know. Crime is not a deterrent to tourists. I don't want the crime, but crime is not a deterrent to tourists. The people that come to Barbados because it's a beautiful country with beautiful people. If you got one or two clowns doing foolishness, well, that's it. But Barbados in general is a beautiful country with beautiful people. That's why people just come here. Good service. So it would offend the Prime Minister because the Prime Minister selling the world that she's in charge of a country that is unblemished. When she blemish? She blemish, really blemish. But you're selling the world that. And my children and your children go and live in this town that you just call so that they're making a banana republic. You said it, not me. You said that they make Barbados a banana republic. So, friends of democracy now go and make it back a plantain republic. Because we got to go a step higher than that. Because it is not easy work to revive Barbados to the standards that we are accustomed to. I want you all to know that when we get into power, that every man go pretty hard to the plow, hard to the block. This is not no easy job rebuilding Barbados. Barbados is in the doldrums. We got nothing in Barbados works. The crime all over the street. Scary. I want to watch a video, a woman sitting on in a shop, dozing off, and a man slaps in your face. This is the type of lawlessness that happens in Barbados. The shop had a tent on it. I can refer to the tent all the time. The shop had a tent on it for those in there that listen to me, the police, I know when they're taping. The tent is the problem. The tent is not the problem. Don't let them fool when the tent. There's not one crime in Barbados yet that they could come and report to me that it was a problem with the tent. And we got near 50 murders. If we cannot solve the crime, just like how you bring the Chinese to fix the roads because we ain't able to fix the roads, You bring the Chinese police then. Because you got Scotland Yard, SBA, and all them out there that international organizations willing to help. And this crime is easy to deal with, you know. We looking at the little two little boys in the street that find themselves with a gun. Now it's real living people. You know that if a youngster, even a big man, find yourself with a gun, I don't know if anyone you ever play with a gun yet. A gun just make you feel real powerful. In this pain. A gun feel it. Tell you something? Some people say 40. You just walk with your chest up now. You look for trouble. You just walk through dark alleys that you're just waiting for something to run out. That's what guns do to you. So if you got these guns and they fall into little 15 and 16-year-old children that they're shooting all up in Vauxhall, I mean there's hard-ass children that got a problem with them and are at home. But don't put all the blame on them. You could corral them and if they don't behave, you could put this somewhere to make them behave. But the problem is the gun. Because none don't make in Barbados. We make macaroni here. No, we don't make the guns here. So where the guns coming from? Who importing them? Who putting them on the street? And don't tell me that you don't know. And if you don't know, because you can tell me you don't know everything, you're working hard. If you don't know, crime is out of place now. Out of hand. You want some help. You know in life that once you can't get something done in your house, you call somebody to help you. Right now we can't get the crime work out. We got to call in some people as experts that can come into Barbados and say, okay, you see that man down there? Island? Go next door to him. Not he, go next door to him. Guns there. And if you bring these type of international agencies in Barbados, I bet you that in 3 hours' time, that we know exactly who just bring these guns in Barbados. But somebody protecting somebody. We ain't the fools. We ain't the fools. They got untouchables. And the untouchables, they ain't gonna hold it yet. They ain't gonna call the bed, they ain't gonna get hold because them children who dying. Them children who dying. Any responsible government that find themselves in a situation where they can't handle a certain situation, any situation, just look for help. It is nothing wrong in looking for help. And if the people in Barbados crying out, they can't come out the house, they ain't safe. Please, Madam Prime Minister, bring some of your international friends to help us get these guns off the street. Please, this is a plea tonight to you, to bring the big ones out there that understand how to deal with crime. Because the police in Barbados, this is a new thing for them. Them ain't know about this. Trust me. This is bigger than them. The police is accustomed to doing 2 crimes a year. This type of intelligence they don't understand. This is big thing. And I'm going to tell you something too. The big guns up on the street, the police too scared. Because the people that got the guns ain't got my sense. And they don't even know the damage that the guns could do. So the police that know the damage that the guns could do, and that's why the pastor don't tell you that when I say the police go and help you, why you know you can help the police that are frightened? When he frightened, you want me to go and do? But he can't get our work out. You sending me to get killed? Don't send me to get killed. Bring somebody inside Barbados that who can do it. Them is basics. I ain't talking nothing that you go get in university for. This is basics. How running the country is like 1, 2, 3. Especially for Steve Blackett was the member of parliament for 2 terms. He could tell you that the ministers don't really run. They don't deal with the money. The PSs and them, they do policy. And if you're failing with policy, that means you go get out of government. And be failing. Corruption before you go. Corruption. They won't hear that word, you know. Because somebody was talking the idea about the fiscal this and the fiscal. I ain't want to hear nothing about the fiscal nothing that will reduce and will reduce. I want to hear what's going on in the country. I want to hear about don't sweep the whole project under the carpet. Too much millions going on inside there. 60 million and counting. We want some accountability for it. Firing one man ain't enough. And then you promised that you would give us the investigation and give us the findings. And this is near a year now. We ain't hearing nothing. We want to hear about the whole project. Be holding you to that. Don't come with me. Not distraction like son and cousin. That doesn't matter to me. I want to hear about the whole project. Francis Marcus already running the country, you know. Because we stand by the $5 million wrong the book that he did want to build. And when we stand and say you can't do it, they disband it. Because I know wrong the book could cost $5 million. These people were just rampant. Misusing the funds of this country. It was rampant. And it got stopped. And then there, you got, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we got 4 senior ministers. We got a cabinet of 22. We got 4 senior ministers. Again, somewhere, listen to this. The senior ministers gets the same pay as the deputy prime minister. Now, deputy prime minister is not on the books in Barbados. It's up to the prime minister to call somebody a deputy. But we got 4 senior ministers and a deputy prime minister, all 5 of them getting the same pay. So we got 5 deputy prime ministers in Barbados. It is unheard of any part of the world to got 5 deputy prime ministers. Because if they get the same pay, they got to be same thing. Because the ministers get the same pay, and all of them are ministers. They may senior or junior. They're the same pay. The senior minister and the deputy prime minister gets the same salary. This is wastage of government funds. People's funds, I ain't going too much in funds because I left that for the president to do. I can get you that room that she could deal with them. But I just show you how these people, the corruption that going on in the base. Now you got that going on and you got people here suffering by the day. Suffering. Can't make ends meet. Sucking salt. People tell me, like, I want to say a politician when it's all crooks. That's what they tell me. I am voting for a fella when it's criminals. And they lie. I said, but no, we can make a difference. Now when it's just so women are getting, I should know whole we accountable for it. We can make a difference. You will never see me in politics as a representative of you and put myself in a position where I can make me or my family look bad. I make them look bad. You would never see me in law court for no foolish crimes. You would never see that. Here, my brother, see this, Rickey. You would never see me in nothing so. I know that I would go hold my standards to another level as a representative. I did it when I was playing football. You have to go to another level when you're in charge. And these people now going to a lower level. When you read the newspapers, the prime minister, she forgot that the newspapers is read all over the world, you know, on social media, you know. So when you read that ministers and then putting themselves in some uncompromising situation, you will hear about it too. This is the madness. This is the madness. That was something top in for me. This is the madness that this happened when you don't have opposition in the House of Assembly. None at all. You got 30 seats. And I say 30 seats, not 29. You got 30 seats. Because all 30 of them went in the day twice under the Barbados Labour Party. So the Barbados Labour Party still has 30 seats. Lord knows if to send one out there to come and break the LP. And it happened. And it worked. But you got 30 seats. So nobody in there can, rush through a bill to give companies money to start up, to employ we. This is another precedent that nobody in the world never hear or see before. They call it. Foreign companies, you've taken Barbados money and given to a foreigner to open a company here to employ people. What's so sport there? And now telling the man to the big joke I get about it. Why we get taxed at 2% or some small percent? You will be getting taxed at 9%. You think the man's a fool? You think people, and look, that's how you look at us. You rush that through Parliament because you don't have nobody in Parliament to stop you. and rushing it down to the Senate, because the Senate is the same. The only voice in this dissenting voice you had in the Senate was Tricia Watson. And the member of the Barbados Labour Party put her out. I said the member of the Barbados Labour Party. Put her out. How could you put Tricia Watson out of Senate? You see the mark that this one was making even before she got into the Senate. She went into the Senate and started to represent the people from inside the Senate. Upon the word, sorry, I speak right. And you took that woman, that powerful young lady in Barbados. You take that powerful young lady and take her and put out the Senate. Because Barbadians are not supposed to get representation. That's all it was, She was representing. But you cannot stop and keep a good man down, because she's still doing representing on the outside. She still got them running about on the outside. So we just show you that we got them running about here too, They get coffee, and we ain't inside. But we telling you that you got to put we in there next election. And if you want to hear liquor kicking, put we in there. Because God, a lot of things that wrong that God get make right. And I ain't throwing the line, I ain't want to get in the lunchroom, I ain't hobnobbing with nobody. I know where I come from, I know who I am. This God stop. All I beseeching Barbados, before I shut my eye, I want to see Barbados at the way that the people in Barbados, everybody in Barbados get a fair deal. I know they can always got poor people. They're foolish. I know they can always got poor people. But you don't have to be poor and desperate like we're going on now. And that is what worries me more than anything else. And I come from areas like this, but I know it. I don't want nobody to tell me about it. I know how rough it is. I don't want nobody to tell me. I ain't coming and hoping and risking, I have lived here for a very long time. I have walked out here dressed up real nice and talked to me dressed up real nice, and your pocket ain't got nothing in it. Your pocket ain't here, girl, sitting there, 3 years old. Because they know you can go next door to she. And they don't know the talk between she and my mother. But the exchange is wherever it is that coming over. But the 2 pots cooking. And they getting food. That the love that we had as poor people. We killing that love. We kill that community spirit. We talk about it on platform tonight, bringing back community spirit. We got to bring back the communities. We see the football field out there. We was the best football team the Caribbean has ever seen. Trust me, ask anybody that know football. When we was playing football in 1980, the football that we played, Highland was wrong football. Barcelona didn't play it. I know that sounds strange to people that don't check football. Barcelona was not playing it. The whole of the Bears get jealous and vexed. They send the national team down here to destroy this team in the farm. Because we had Barbados on its toes. We were playing a brand of football that they never saw. And all we was doing is that we want Barbados to do in politics. Just sharing the ball. We didn't have nobody better than nobody. Everybody shared the ball. And we enjoy it. Any man saying he was part, we enjoy it. We were jugging it here and jugging it there. Come back and be, we were playing it like that. And it was like music and people here. And they come from all over to watch it. Down here. They send the national team to play Deacons. And when they can get me beat, the thief, and they still can get me beat, they invite me back down to Weymouth. I remember that, man. And then the thief and Weymouth, they had 6 referees instead of 2. To beat Deacons Farm football team. And they don't do to reduce it to what it is now. Because that's what they intend to do. People like we ain't supposed to rise. Because what we were talking about was professionalism. And that with friends of democracy intend to do with me getting it, because I can be in sports. I ain't a lawyer, but I can run sports. And I know at the last time, me and most honorable Joel Garner, because we had a thing for Joel Garner as foundation boy. And we was talking about it. Professional sports going to happen. Because Barbados produce the best athletes in the world. Right here. Check it and see. Don't Google it. Check it and see. It's just that we never get the opportunity because of the system. The system kill it, and they're still killing it. You take a country that produced Garfield Sobers here in Goodridge, all these people should be languishing in the mud now. Sir Red Source, Sir Charles Griffith, Sir Joel Garner, yes sir, now he's the most honorable Joel Garner. Oh, you think we should be languishing and we'll be languishing now? That people like Afghanistan and them beating me? That's the system that beat me. My friend there in tennis, General Secretary in tennis, he know what he's talking about too. Okay. I got a grandson that's special. He could tell about tennis. He just come a 7 medal here playing the Caribbean Championship, beaten by only the Puerto Rican champ. He and Barbados beat the Spaniards and all them. I mean, up to now, we ain't got a policy to try and fund these young people so that they can get to the next level, so that it will be contagious, that people, that your children and everybody's child will want to be in sports too, so that they'll be able to make a good living. Look at the money that's drained in sports. Sports got the biggest money in the world, billions of dollars in sports and entertainment, and we're shutting it down in Barbados. We take all the money and build the place up there, but in front of the stadium, I met Love and Sport that the athletes won't build back the stadium. I'm going to take a flat place and put it up there. I know getting millions of dollars from CIBC, where you should be begging enough for money to put in the communities, to develop the communities, and develop sporting areas in the community. You take it and give me $2 million and build an auditorium up at the same place that you can't put a toilet pan. That is what we are. All over the world, you develop sporting, you call them all-purpose facilities, because there's put concerts in there too. We can't play football or cricket game up there in, Botanical Gardens. So when you put the millions up there, and right next door to it, you go dig up now, because elections coming up. So you go dig up now, and a lot of rubble inside there. Make it look like you're doing something. Because they're tricking me again. They're tricking Lake again. Because when I was running that complex behind there, I knew this thing, I came up with a provision. Because they don't have a school down there where we're working on. I said, I can't with the vision. I said, this here got to be for athletes and entertainers. Because that's who we producing in Barbados. Not everybody is an academic. We got more than enough academics. Where we know how, we got 5 people here talking tonight and 3 is lawyers. We got more than enough academics. We don't want no more academics. We got enough. And they're making a good living and rightfully so too. But let the athletes make a living too, ne? You got Robert Dudley Thompson in California can't make a living and make a bad term with a marriage. And out there suffering. I'm begging the government to come home to make it help with sports. I'm going to keep it from the outside. These are things I want to do in this country. Don't rile me up when I come to sports and left it to last. I'm telling you that the wickedness that happened to athletes in Barbados, we were going to convert that into a facility that the whole world will look at. The world, not talking about the farm, the whole world will look at. They hadn't conceptualized the idea for a gymnasium there. And we sat down there at the conference room we had down there. We sat down there. Let me tell you what the conference thing called, but I feel like this is in the sport. I bear my soul down tonight. Chris Sinclair, he was then the Minister of Finance and the representative for this area. Dare Allen, the Director of Urban. Junior Brewster, the Financial Officer for Urban Development Commission. Mark Maloney, you know that name? Mark Maloney. And right next to Mark Maloney was a man called Bjorn Bjerkum. And Rickey Williams. I know you can't that company, but they ain't it. And we sat down there and we conceptualized what we want to do here. The only body that was really excited was Bjorn Bjerkum. And he is as far from we as night is from there. And when we convinced him what we wanted to do, he was like, wow. Mark Maloney! I can't call the word here, but one of these days I can get the opportunity to say in an environment where you can really bring out the adjective they want to bring out. Maybe in Parliament. Mark Maloney. When we said what we want to build the gymnasium and what else we want to do there, Mark Maloney said, because I don't have these people mash them up. Mark Maloney, I see you talking about, boy. Did the words I said, what you talking about, boy? You know my tongue sharp. And Derek and Chris hold my foot and pull my foot down. I said, me go, man, you talking about? Bjork can jump right across and say, don't worry about it. He will do as he's told. If I lay drop dead here. But that was he looked at us with disdain, Mark Baloney. And he got a history and family history that worse than anybody on this farm. And people know. People know. Because none of these in here, I got 4 other brothers than me. And cousins, none of them went up in that hole. I called the hole. I wonder if someone feel it from there. Called the taping. We gone further. We started to develop a recording studio and a radio station right there. If you look down there now, it gone to ring beam. Not a cent from urban development or Chris Sickner from the Ministry of Finance. I had an administrative assistant called Tanya Marshall that when I tell she I want snuff, she asked me how much. And she found it. And we was getting some cement and some stones and some rocks. And they get Gregory, one of my men, trusted man. I don't deal with politics, you know. And Deacons say I don't deal with politics. They got some still dealing with, I don't deal with politics in here. Don't tell me he's a B and he's a D. We from the farm. We from the farm. We going past B and D. He tell me, boss, I go on man that he could do just you want to do. I see you talking about, he said, man, I go on man that he would do you want. I said, man, bring him. And he bring Gregory Haynes. I knew Gregory all my life. I didn't even know Gregory could work so. And Gregory tell me, you want liquor? I tell him I want to build a radio station and a studio here. This is my mind. He said, consider it done. And if you look down there now, it start. We to ring beam. Not a cent from urban or the Minister of Finance. I get promises. Not a cent, because they never saw the vision. Not a penny. Because the vision was, if you had you can't have a recording studio. And Kerry would know this. Because Kerry in music. The president is a singer. So we got people hearing music too. That you could do all the music in the world and can't get play. It doesn't help you. So we want to make sure we got a radio station. That when we do music, it comes straight off the press. I got that idea from Jamaica. Straight from the studio, straight into the radio station, do your interview and play your music. Promote your music. They refused to let us do it. And we was fighting on our own to do it. And we get to ring being the election call and we lost, and it's still there the same way. We had a plan that right in front of there, the lawn there, we were going to put an Olympic-sized swimming pool right there. Right there in the farm. Along with the football field and the gymnasium to do indoor sports. This would have been a facility that the world would be envious of it. Right here in Deacons Farm, we would have employed more than 20 or 25 people at one time, given time. And they block it with their ignorance. And it stand there, you know, lavish in the ground. Somebody tell me that they got somebody that deranged in the brain that is going to sleep for the night. Because I remember in 2018, Nero stood at this point. The first time we called Nero name for the night. That boy went through too much. I don't want to call his name anything. I ain't saying anything about him again. Nero stood here in his ignorance and said, like he thought that he was doing a great and tappy chest. We can get it and we can shut down that place and get rid of liquor. Boy, you cannot get rid of liquor. You stop dreams of many young people in this area. And that's why you get punished so. Because you stop the dreams of many of these young people who will Shem blood is on one hand. Because Shem used to come down there every day to me and do music. And when he didn't have the outlet, he go right back up and deal with the deal that he's dealing with. A lot of young people blood is on one hand. Because when they block this. And this constituency, St. Michael Northwest, not only Deacons Farm, produce the best athletes in Barbados. We got a lot of academics too. I called them out the other night. This is the blessed place. But the only place that you don't get an opportunity to extend yourself is the athletics and entertainment. And we keep blocking it. And that's friends, not then friends in democracy get in government. I ain't even waiting until we get in government. Because I can be fighting with every breath of my body. We got to produce facilities in Barbados for our athletes, and until we cannot reach professional level without facilities. We cannot. And it got to start from 4 years old. It got to start from the womb and come up. The promise, you know where the mini stadiums come from? I want done. Karina, give him a minute. You know where the minute stadiums come from? We asked Mark Williams, my uncle. Mark was a BLP. To put some fencing around the pastor for us. That pastor, they said, got fencing? Put some fencing around there. Because at the time, the boys, they riding across the bikes. They don't know, and the football was getting disrupted. And we know that if you put the fence around there, it become a stadium. Because people don't understand what a stadium is, you know. Any place that fence is a stadium. And sometimes we will put dishes and we go over it. Because we had intentions for there too. We break down the house at the back there and was to stretch that place to a full-size football field. I didn't tell you exactly everything we had planned for here. That these people could have done and then do it. But maybe getting power, we can do it because the bread basket of St. Michael Northwest. It will feed these young people. But here, this is a footballing community. And they got some little men that could play cricket too. We got to make sure that all young people that are not academic find something to do profitable, that they can make a living. That's all we're asking for. You can't got that and then little boys up there, sitting down on the block on the day, and you say they're not good. How are they not good when you get in the facilities? You label them as no good because they're academic, because the man is academic ain't good. I want to make it so hard that you got the academic to go in the polytechnic. So when they mean that, when they build this jail to put these men in it, and then curse them and say they ain't good, put guns in the hand and go commit crime because life get hard, because they know what to do, because the school system, that child that must have put chessboards and talking about your rabbits and not interfering with the people money in it. Ain't got a clue. These people ain't got a clue. Look, tell me run the sports, man. He ain't got a clue. All he don't know he both their dance and carry over. These people making laugh and sport at people in Barbados. These people making laugh and sport at me, and someday they can go and stop, you know. They can go and stop. This can't continue. Too much people, their children falling through the trap. While the people in America raising their kids from the womb and channeling them into sports, because football, they got 202 football playing nations in the world, and the only one I see playing professional football, they say. They got professional football playing all over the world. Some of the boys you go a contract in England, you know, or La Liga or one, you know. You could play in Turkey. When I play in England or America, but you play professional though. You can't take that from me. Curacao just win. Nobody know about Curacao. Because the players all about the world playing, they're making the feed. And that's all we ask. Give us the opportunity to provide the facility. So again, back to you with the mini stadium silent. They put fencing now because we talk about the years around the playing fields, but they don't know what they're doing. I'm going to finish with this one. Because you can talk from now to next week. But I'm going to finish with this one. Years ago, I don't remember the date. We had a discussion in the Barbados Football Association. I was always agitating for players to get paid. Because I believe that players is the only people involved in the sport that don't get paid, the players. When we got a match, everybody get paid. Who's collecting money at the door, the referees get paid, everybody won't is get paid. The only boy don't get paid is the people that doing the performance. So I asked for money. I said, go get some money. When you see money up there, go get some money. So I became public enemy number one. Keith Simmons asked me, I could call him name because that's my friend, even though he didn't do me right. How when they can get paid? He was an amateur. Because at the time, the Barbados football, let me give you all some history, because I didn't know this. I know my football book, they didn't know this neither. The Barbados Football Association was the Barbados Amateur Football Association. How long might you remember this? It used to be called the BAFA. The reason why it's called the BFA is because of Yorke and Jerry Goddard. Because when we say we got to get paid, they say you cannot get paid as an amateur. This is the Amateur Association. They got me now stick up, going to lawyer, but it went so good. I said, wow, boy, people got me. They got me. I scratched my head. I said, how you become a professional? I say, easy. You only got to get affidavit and write that you give up your amateur status. I said, well, give me a piece of paper now, before I forget. Because I know not for not, there's left not. But right now I play and I ain't getting the money. So I could ready get the money to stop playing. But anytime I go to play, I got to pay me. Anyhow, we signed the paper, Jerry Goddard and myself. So then we can play. Because it is B-A-F-A. But somewhere along the line, John Griffith come to Barbados, a professional playing from England. I don't know if you can remember Big John. Yeah, Big John come down. And John said he could bring down some more men. And he's in the back room. And he's in the back room. And all of a sudden, he hear the football says, they never make no big thing about it, you know. All of a sudden, Barbados football says, the BFA. Quietly so. We come back to another meeting. And so I said, I got an idea how this thing could work. Take the national team and put the national team in the army. That way, we will get feed and train. We got board and lodging inside there. You get a salary when the month come, and we inside the army. We footballers, we the soldiers, but we ain't here. That sounded good. Everybody agreed it. Next thing I know, that I got a Defense Force program. The sports program. And they bring everybody from about off the blocks and every place and put in the program. And the national players never went in it. But don't laugh, I can show you the results. That the Defense Force programs, the Defense Force teams ended up to be the best teams in Barbados. They were not the best players, so if you had put the best players in there, you could see the result that would happen for Barbados. Good night and God bless you.
It's Christmas morning in Barbados, but the spirit feels a little low. People in St. Lucie praying hard. Lord, we begging just to make it.
Oh yes. Thank you very much, Rickey. That was Andwele Rickey Williams' friend, Andwele Rickey Williams. He is the candidate for St. Michael North. Northwest. Thank you very much. You would have also heard tonight friend Matthew Thorne. He is the candidate for St. James South. Friend Anya Lorde. She is the candidate for St. Philip North. Friend Steffanie Williams. She is the candidate for St. James North. And they so far would have really hit on the policies that they would have done. Oh yes. And we want to do one more giveaway. Dominique?
You think they're ready?
Huh?
I can't hear y'all. Y'all need to speak up. Ask the question. Ask the question. I tell y'all, they want to come in with a lot of tricks, you know.
And again, let somebody come and join us. Come on, someone special come and join us.
You coming? Come.
Oh, good. Yes, sir. And what's your name?
DeCourcy.
Welcome to Corsi. Welcome. All right, Dominique. All right. Okay, no problem. What's your name, sir?
Michael Williams.
All right.
And I want everybody in Deacons Farm vote for Rickey Williams. Why I say so? It's because I think Rickey Williams do a lot of things for the people in Deacons Farm. I love my brother.
I was just about to say that. You look real familiar.
Thanks for that. All right, so we would like you to share with the audience what you would have learned from Anya or Steffanie. This good? Yo, the people outside that looking through the windows can hear me too? Share with the audience what you learned from friend Anya or Steffanie.
For Steffanie is very passionate about the young people, and she would like to see things put in place, especially for the young people, to be better going forward in the society.
And Anya?
Anya is very passionate about her things and everything, and I really enjoyed her speech tonight. That was very encouraging.
You're tricking me again, you know. You sound like somebody that write them policies and legislations. But I am going to give you your praise. Thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you very much, DeCourcy.
Friends, help me to welcome our final speaker for the night.
Here.
None other than our president, Karina Goodridge.
The Friends of Democracy President, 37-year-old Mrs. Karina Goodridge, is an attorney at law with over 5 years of practice in civil law, litigation, contract, estates, personal injuries, and etc., who ran in the January 2022 elections in St. Philip West and made strong connections and new relationships as a first-timer in the political race, is a God-fearing woman, and puts Christ first in everything. Karina is highly goal-oriented and possesses a spirit of determination which does not allow her to give up under any circumstance. Though her professional background is in banking and insurance, she also has written articles which were featured in the nation's newspaper and has been a voice on brass tacks, commenting on different topics concerning the youth. Karina would have ventured into youth development programs with Agape Help Counseling Services and is now the owner of the registered business East Wind Legal. Not to mention, her voice is not only used for advocacy, but Karina also sings and writes her own music and has taken part in the Richard Stout Teen Talent Show, NIFCA, and was a member of the Barbados tents such as Gladiators. Karina has entered politics to make a difference and give back to her nation, which she has already done so far in the race. Allow us to welcome our president, Karina Goodridge.
Good night. Good night to everybody who has come out here tonight. Keep the music playing a little bit. I want them to hear a little bit of the music. Because we outside late. And this is a song from the Friends of Democracy.
From St. John to St. Andrew Hills.
You hear how sweet it is? That's what we produce here.
From St. Joseph's Heart to St.
A
Thomas
FOD production. Thank you. Thank you to the beautiful young lady, Dominique Yorke, who just introduced me, one of my candidates, one of the candidates of the Friends of Democracy, and Kerry Thomas. Thank you so much. They have done such an awesome job tonight. I want you all to put your hands together and give them a round of applause. And put your hands together and give yourself a round of applause for being a part of a community and a part of a country to represent a people who cares about what is happening in this country. Now, candidate there, Anya Lorde, for St. Philip North, she would have said tonight that she is sharp and sweet. But I come long and hard because I'm intentional. And what I have to tell you tonight, I want you to listen good. Because tonight, I ask myself, when I go down in Deacons Farm, what is my message to the Barbados? And what is my message to Deacons Farm? And what is my message to this community? What is my message? I ask myself. And my message tonight to you is do not get comfortable. I want you to be so uncomfortable with what is going on in this country when things go wrong, that by the time you are uncomfortable, you do something about it. Barbados, the legal way to take out a man or a woman is by the vote. It's not by the gun, and it's not by the knife. So put up the swords if you got one, because you're vexed that Friends of Democracy come out tonight and recognize that the message that I'm sending this country is that you could take out a man and a woman legally by the votes. So don't get comfortable. And I repeat myself, we too comfortable in Barbados. We too comfortable where we feel as though, we will sit back when things go wrong instead of getting up and making a and marching. No. When you hear things like you have a minimum wage increase, you have to first ask yourself, what is the increase? Every one of you here would have worked at some time, and many of you here are employed. So when you hear this government having a conversation about increasing, ask yourself, what is being offered? And Karina didn't come out tonight just to criticize. I come to give you wisdom so you will get uncomfortable. 21 cents per hour for an increase is being offered to you. Do you value yourself? Do you value your money? We are in a time of a high cost of living in Barbados. You've heard us speaking about VAT, but I'm not there yet. It will be addressed. But now I'm telling you to keep your eye out on that increase, right? Because when you multiply that 21 cents that can't even buy a toffee, by the 40 hours, $8.40 as an increase weekly. Does that satisfy you, my people of this country? It should not. Because here we have a government that is already noting that most of the country is heavily populated by the elderly. Pension is already fixed and low. Salary deferred, we call it, right? But the increase that I'm talking about is for you, the workers, because the pension is not going to increase. So when you hear an increase, keep your ears out and understand that you're not being offered much. And what is being offered in this country is a mere insult. We get too comfortable with the insults that are thrown in our face. We are too comfortable as a nation being unfair. We are too comfortable with somebody having to speak out. We need to unite and join our voices together and speak on the meaningful issues. Don't just accept anything. Don't take the insult. Do not take the insult from the government. That is my message to you. Seek more. Ask for more. Demand more. Don't take it. Because at the end of the day, when you have to go in the supermarket, what is going to happen? And at the end of the day, when the businesses hear about the increase, you know what is going to happen to you? Let me open up your minds tonight. This might be a silent time. Because some days I make jokes, but right now I'm quite serious. Because if you have a boss that will come and say, okay, a little increase, well, let me tell you no. Let me cut some hours. So you don't get the 40 hours, you may get 32 hours of work. Less. They are giving you less. Not even to think about people anymore. And we accept this. Our voices must be loud. This is politics, where we forget the head people that make up this country. Many would want me to shut up, because when they come out, I come in with the truth. When you see me with all of these papers tonight, you might wonder, wait, all of that is her speech? All of this is not my speech. All of this is a lot of the statutes that I was printing off, a lot of the bills that have been passed from the double back government. and we are helping them many a time. Because many times when we see the bills and we recognize them ain't making a sense, much of the legislation that is being passed is confusing and it does not answer all the meaningful questions that we would ask. And we need them answered. May I take a moment and talk about the tent law? Because you see, the candidate Andwele for down here, he mentioned it. The tent law was supposed to be implemented to help to solve crime. And it is the worst creation for crime solving. And if an officer is here tonight, they will be able to stand and say with me, did we ask for it? Was there an issue by the Barbados Police Force stating that you need to ensure that the tint is removed off of all vehicles in order to get the crime numbers down? Did they say that? What was the consultation with the people in this country before you pass such legislation? The double back government. Because after the outcry, after people had to go through the expense of going backward and forward and running as the old people would say like a chicken without a head, then you would always hear the same old story that it got back to a joint selection committee to be under review. Do we accept that? Are we so comfortable in a nation that a government can implement a law that doesn't suit a situation? What is policy? Policy is supposed to solve the issues that are faced in the country. So if you implement a policy, that policy should address the issues, not just punish people or send people running mad and wild. Think about tent for a while. We Barbadians have said have the answers. We have them. Because when problems come, we are quick to go online on social media. I don't know who the imposters are, but I know I see imposters many times with fake accounts trying to help the government. But here I am as the president of Friends of Democracy trying to help you. Because there are still people who are committing crimes in this country by getting onto a motorcycle fully masked and getting away. Well, citizens, you and I, who have never committed a crime in this country, driving and have to take the tent off. But you know what? You know what amuses me? The wonderful BS, the beautiful surprises that they come with. The BS. The beautiful surprises. Because while they implement a law for the mass and for all the citizens, the government exempts themselves. So you put we in a fishbowl that everybody can look in the fishbowl and look through and see Karina, they see Matthew, they see Kerry, they see Dominique, they see Anya, they see all of us in the fishbowl driving boat without our tape because we have to comply, right? But them now driving a boat in the luxurious cars with the AC still on. Is that fair legislation? I ask you the questions for you to answer. Is that fair legislation? Hypocrisy, my friend said. Is that fair legislation to cause you to run all about to get the tint off and then constantly we are still seeing crimes committed and national security is a must? Because if you do not nip the crime in the bud, it will cripple the economy eventually. It will start off small, but it will cripple the economy. And Barbados is still borrowing millions. My God. Sometimes when I think about all the millions that we borrow, I just say, my God, if you think about borrowing on a personal level and you owe some fella money or some woman money and a war break out, I pray for Barbados that at some point when they can't pay back because they don't have much of an investment plan for you. We need proper investment planning. We can't borrow our eyes out. We can't continuously listen to those voices that try to tell you that our country exists and it don't have the corruption. Because every sense I have been asking Deacons Farm, is there somebody in here tonight that can tell me what is the estimates for Carifesta? Is there somebody that can address that matter? Because you've heard my team. We look at the people who come out and talk about these bills that are passed. So you have the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund 2025 bill. And quickly, a response is released. As soon as criticism comes, you see a response from the PM. Straight, pull it up. Are you looking at Nation News? I recognize how quickly the response came out. I'm speaking to your mind tonight because the response came out. But I don't know if it's because I'm a small fish or something. Do I look like Nemo? Nemo was a clownfish. I look like a clownfish. I asked a serious question. What did you spend at Carifesta? And I'm asking these questions because we want to know, did waste take place in the economy? Did you not budget for Carifesta? What are you doing with the taxpayers' money? I don't know about you, but when I work, I put my best foot forward and I work hard. How do we know that no corruption is taking place? How do we know if we don't have any estimates to validate? I grew up hearing the saying, you can trust, but make people verify. So if you want to trust, you go ahead, but make people verify the truth for you. When the results and the estimates are not provided, that is telling us as a nation, we can't trust you. We just cannot trust anyone who cannot verify the matter that we are asking. How many times the young girl got to come out here with Friends of Democracy and ask, what did you spend? Was it 100 million, 200 million? What did you spend? And it is a serious question because the government holds the public purse. I'm sorry I didn't bring up my purse tonight. Pretend this is a purse. The government holds the public purse. The money that you earn, you pay taxes. It goes into the governmental purse. And when it goes into that governmental purse, what is happening with your money? We are too easy as a nation. We are too easy as a nation. And then when you have people who back broad and come out and talk, they throw bare wicked talk at you. But you don't mind. Sometimes wicked talk does make me feel good too. Hey. So listen. We have to teach ourselves. So when you hear people in the public telling you, go on parliamentary websites and check out legislation, check out everyone. Check it out and know what is happening in your country. Don't be tricked, because at the end of the day, you may be voting for the ones who will punish you You may be voting for punishment, and you don't want to vote for punishment. Look at this. The privatization of the transport boards. Now, given our history, we know slavery and colonialism. We know that through history. And we also know that years ago, the transport board was, before the transport board was implemented, we had the private community providing bus service. Do you know that? So the name was Rutling and Elite. Almost forgot it, but I have it here. So listen, we're going backwards once again. And we must understand what ideologies we stand for. Because look, if we say we are social democratic, and that is our ideology that we carry, because the BLP and the DLP was supposed to be socially democratic before Motley came in. I am not understanding if this country is no dictatorship. I don't care who is vexed at me. I will always say what I have to say. If you are a social democratic community and you follow that ideology, you are basically saying the government should be there providing these services. And when these services are not being provided, my Bajan people, the bus fare will go up. The bus fare will go up. These services should be provided for you. Is it their fault that they give up the luxurious communities where the buses will pass and make a profit for the transport board? Not your problem. No. Transport board is a benefit to the elderly and many poor people in this nation. If you don't clap your hand, it means that you're rich, and share with somebody. Because, as I said before, the pension is fixed and low, and many pensioners get onto the transport board bus. And we only find out that it was being privatized. I find out through WhatsApp. You find out because a document was leaked. Why is it that we in this country only know about things when some document is leaked or something is leaked on the internet? What happened to transparency in governance? Good governance includes proper transparency, Deacons Farm. So tell me, transportation is not supposed to be a luxury for you, public servants and citizens. If you have to go to school as a child, you need the bus. If you have to go to work, you need the bus. So you are telling me then that if you don't have a car and the transport board is privatized, my God, and they decide not to go on certain routes, or if they do not make a profit and decide, I abort ship, don't get comfortable tonight. Don't get comfortable tonight. Don't get comfortable. Because when the election bell ring, I want you to remember my voice loud and clear telling you, look, you should have had proper consultation, and these things should have been known to you, the public. WhatsApp is not the way that a government should be giving you news as such. These are important things to you. People in Deacons Farm need the bus. People in St. Philip need the bus. People in St. Lucie need the bus. People in all the parishes of Barbados will need the bus. And we understand maybe it wasn't managed properly, but it will be better if it is managed by the government than to be managed by a private entity. Because our government has a responsibility for us to take care of its people. Do not walk and talk no ideology that you cannot keep. They don't want to say the things that I will say. Maybe they're out there finding Nemo. Well, we in here dealing with serious business. They're finding Nemo, right, Steffanie? Well, somebody's grandmother and grandfather will probably have to wonder, how am I going to get to certain places if it is privatized and a busman decides I'm not going in that area? Let me tell you something about private entities. When they are not making a profit, they will not waste their time. They will not waste their time. And I find that whenever this particular government have to do something that will benefit the poor people in the nation, there's always some backlash. Now, people like to tell you, don't criticize the. But yet still when we come up with the VAT policy, they'll criticize us. Them even like stand 2 weeks or so. Quick so. Drop. Insulting friends of democracy. We are a fledgling party. No. We are always thinking about the masses. We don't despise businesses. But we have to properly conceptualize what the people need. And what the people need right now is a VAT policy and an ease from that VAT policy. We need it in this country because many would agree with me that the cost of living is a high one. It is high. So when you're looking through your window, your door, I want you to hear me outside. The cost of living is high. We have tourists that come here and say that the cost of living is high. Even to buy a plate of food, man, Jesus. The plate of food so high, the cost is high. So when you hear friends of democracy say, wait, but let us abolish the 17.5% VAT at the ports and at the retail end. Because we understand that when these goods, the food items come in, you are being taxed there, and then at the retail end, when you go to the supermarket, 35%, 17.5 plus 17.5, you get the 35%. So we want to abolish that VAT off of food items because we understand that a hungry man is an angry man, and you need to eat, and you need to feel as though you can have affordable eating. Not everybody can go down to these fancy places and what's not every night and breathe. And some of them tricking you. They might be there and then the next minute back to following the legacy of Barbados. So our policy is to abolish that 17.5% value added tax on all food items and to introduce a 16% tax at the port. So whatever government is supposed to collect, let them collect it. Take your money. Because the last time you had to write off the $1 billion because you know what? You weren't getting the money. The money wasn't coming in and you write it off. So, okay. We said this is the solution to a person who feels as though the cost of living is high and they need an ease in the pocket. So take the VAT off of food so that we can be getting only that flat tax of 16%. My God, that's already a 19% reduction for the cost of living. I ain't come out here as a math tech. I always hated math at school. It wasn't one of my favorite subjects, but a girl gonna do what a girl gonna do, right? So now, we say, look, we try to take away all of this fuss from these third-party entities of the retail and to say, look, government, just collect what you have to collect. Take what you have to take. Take that 16%. Give the Belgian people an ease off of the food, no? Give them an ease. The crime already high. Give them something to celebrate. Not just a little 300. So when we say, look, we will put the 11 parish food centers and we will have those items of food and some stuff, baby items and personal items, supplied, VAT zero rated. All this study, I like how Mr. Blackett says it, the technocrats always coming with some reason why poor people should not get a break. And the people of this country should never be comfortable because they should be joining with us and advocating for this. So when you're talking about this economic diversification bill and people tapping into consolidation fund, so they know how to make money available to foreigners and so on, to the foreign entities. What happened to us? This is still a nation where home drum must be first. So, phrase of democracy coming new, and people still studying whether there's only 2 mass parties in a country. This is where our mind is still at, not in here, not us in here, because we can, because we understand that it is essential to hear the truth and to hear a voice speaking the truth. We are not people that just locked into one party, the political loyalists, and my God, the non-voters. I want to plead to you tonight because I want you to know that when this country continues to pass legislation that will hurt you and legislation that does not solve issues, I want you to know that as much as you are a non-voter, it will affect you. And until you recognize that, you will keep saying that you are not interested in politics. You will keep saying that it don't matter who's in, and you keep looking at the wrong things. At some things you may be looking at the right way, but you play a critical role in this election coming. You play a critical role because your voice matters. Your voice matters. And some of the elderly right now may not be able-bodied enough to come out. So you young people, get up, rise up. Let your ears know what is going on in politics. Listen, you see pensioners. Pensioners have paved the way for many of us. I adore old people. I adore the elderly. And what we have said is that we have a policy for the elderly. I have seen with my own eyes and heard with my own ears from the elderly from canvassing in this nation. It came from them. What I know came from them. And the pensioners are uncomfortable because they recognize that there's no increase on their salaries. Salary deferred. That is a pension. High cost of living. So no matter how the cost of living goes high, the pensioner's salary will remain that same way. Fixed and low. So when we say, look, these people have already contributed greatly to the consolidated funds in this country. They have served, they have worked, they have labored. Give them something now. Give them something to celebrate. Give them something to rejoice about. And that something is to ensure that 67% of their pension will not be taxed. We only plan to tax the 33% because we recognize that the pension is not increasing, and we have to recognize that they are part of the vulnerable members of this society. You all have a grandfather, you all have a grandmother, some have died, but the ones who live on that may not be even just blood, but they are like family. Think of these people. Think of these things. This is policy. Policy is supposed to fix the masses, not just friends. And that is one of the greatest issues in Barbados. It is that people want solutions that will fit a friendship instead of fitting the masses and fixing it. When you have a good policy, if I wake up tomorrow and I say, look, I want a policy that I take money off all the baby items. Is that not a policy that reaches an entire country instead of just two of my friends to get a deduction? We need policies like that that will save a nation. I said before as I hold this microphone that Barbados need true heroes. We need the Sarah Angels. We need the bosses. We need the people that will stand up and speak out on behalf of people and fight for a nation. We need the real heroes in this country that will fight for pensioners. Do you know how it feels to me as a young person seeing an elderly individual living alone and no help? And that individual has to pay rent. My God. Worse off is even if that individual, my God, needs an operation to just live on a little longer and have to wait long years at the QEH. So again, my people, we need to give the pensioners that golden handshake. That golden handshake to say, look, this is your reward. We cannot forget the pensioners of this country. And we will not, the Friends of Democracy will not forget the pensioners who have slaves in this country. They are too valuable to us. We have become very laid back when it comes to dealing with crime. And when I say we, let me say we, one a government, because one a vote them in. Some people in here quiet, so I don't know if that is a yes. The people in this country keep voting the 30-0 without understanding the accountability, without understanding the checks and balances that are needed. They don't understand that. So health deteriorating. Look at education for a second. Let me take your mind there. Now, there was much criticism about this government releasing some letters to the parents that will show the cost of education in this nation. Mind you, we have great education policies. But today, I want to say this. Just as how I was asking for the Carifesta estimates, I'm going to say thank you. Thank you for showing us those costs. But let me thank you for something. These things should be made known to the public in general and not just sending letters to a couple of parents. You need to let the public know in general what is going on. So just because some of us may not be mothers yet, our parents, we want to know what's going on because we contribute to education in this country as long as we work. We contribute heavily to education. And many of our schools are still deteriorating, still very uncomfortable to sit in, that I have to wonder if it's a case where this government is pushing people really and truly to have to go to private way of living. Because many times what happens is when people cannot afford, they have to pay for something. Even as I just mentioned, health. If you cannot afford health, you have to pay. If you do not get the health free, you have to pay for it. And when these educational systems do not suit you, then what will happen? So we want full transparency all the time. They shouldn't do things that you then have to question with what is going on. What is happening? That's a problem for us. These are things that we want to know. Because in our country, one thing is clear. Many unanswered questions. We haven't even gotten a republic constitution as yet. But yet still we had 2 presidents in the country. So what is happening? I thought that the constitution is supposed to be the framework of the land, the supreme law 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 of the land. So what is happening? Why is it that we're picking and picking at the Constitution? This is a problem. No. You would want to say, if you're in a private red shirt, that all FOD will be doing is criticizing. I am opening your mind to true thinking. I am opening your mind to what is going on in this society. Right now, I still am waiting for the St. Lucie water issues to be solved, and we have a candidate that will be running down there. FOD has a candidate for St. Lucie. Previously, we did not have one. All of these issues should affect us. It doesn't matter if one person is from St. Lucie and one person is from St. Philip. That is not a different island. St. Lucie had water issues, and me and my team, Kerry led the way. We went down there. We at least tried to help. And I tell you that if we have to go back 1,000,000 times, we will go there. And I asked this country, we want 50% off of those water bills. Brown water is uncomfortable to live with. It is ridiculous. And it has been going on in this country for over 5 years. But we know that the world is making no day. And we know that sometimes some things can't be solved in no day. We're not going to lie to you. Everything is not solved in a day. But what is the solution? Give the people something off the water bill now. Why should they have to be subjected to the expense of paying a water bill and then still continuously have to go through that expense of buying bottled waters in order to have a comfortable way of living? I tell you, Bajans, don't let me get comfortable tonight. I want you to be uncomfortable about these situations. Because you could imagine, although we were down there and we carried those waters, there would still be people who will criticize the movement. They will criticize the agenda. And they will come and say, oh, they're looking for some political clout. But I know the agenda is that when we see an issue, we believe that solution is needed. And we for sure have to keep the bees in check. We have to hold them accountable and ensure that they are still remembering why you put them there. Because many people know that it's all about money and power. And then when you get in, you're forgetting the same people that give you the votes. This politics about money and power must end. Politics should be about the people. the people's voice, what the people need. We should never be a country that foreigners have to come here and recognize that we are struggling, we are suffering, we are still eating foods out of a can. And I said we because I put myself in the shoes of every man that still has to suffer so much and eat out of a can. And then when you hear Friends of Democracy talking about a VAT policy where people can at least afford food, you're in the middle class and you struggling and people vex on the other side. What you vex about? You getting good food and we want some too. Share the money. How dare them? Quite disrespectful, I agree with you. Because at the end of the day, politics is all about the people's voice. And if they say ignorant for saying it, I will say again, politics should be all about the people's voice. This is not a country that should be run in no high royalty. We sometimes treat the people up here in high royalty, and then we forget ourselves that we have value too. Listen, we did not vote for any funeral home. When you go into that ballot box, you did not see Two Sons, you did not see Joanne Jones, and you did not see Belmont Funeral Home. So you didn't vote for nobody that like collecting dead bodies. National security is a big problem, and I ain't come off for it yet. Because at the end of the day, we didn't vote Two Sons. We vote for people that will look out for the nation. You know, people in this nation have been writing articles consistently with ideas to solve the crime, with ideas to save the nation, with ideas that can help the youngsters to put down the gun and the knife, ideas to help this country provide opportunities for the youth. And we know that it is not one factor. It is many things that cause the youth to commit crimes. But I really have to wonder why it is that the crimes are rising to this level under this particular government. And many are still afraid. Gang signs, people flicking up. A lot of these people need some direction to help them. They need the direction, and national security is a problem. Sometimes we just look at the youngsters and so on, but we got to look at the borders, how the guns coming in the country, how we can get them out. What's happening here? And constantly, ministers always exempting themselves as separate from the law. They should be subject to these laws. They need to be. Because as I mentioned, even with pension, we suppose that you take away that pension, they want to say, oh, we carry out a pension age. Before I forget, they want to carry out a pension age. But then when you get about 60, right, Steve? When you get about 60, then you get the pension. Will you be subject to the same law? Would you be subject to forfeiting your pension, Mr. Minister, whoever you are? Would you be subject to these same rules that you implement for the general public? Are we thinking how I'm thinking? Too many times they're putting the cart before the horse. And it going on, bugadum, bugadum, bugadum. And we are the people who are suffering. We are the ones who are struggling. Remember the bus, because when it still got to get to me effects, because when they got the effects, many of one that ain't got no car, when they got to get down there. Right? So remember what the young girl saying tonight. And I back on crime. Because at the end of the day, we are living in fear. As Lakers said tonight, a woman was slapped in the shop. Many have died. So if a government is not taking people's lives seriously, Is it that they're saying that they want to be a funeral home? The less of you, the better? This should be an outcry. These are things that you should hear more about. We should never be comfortable with these things happening in this country. Never. Because we all want to be safe. Even if we are out here tonight, we want to be safe. And not just by police protection. We want to know that when we come to a meeting, we are safe. We want to know that the youth have better direction and they too are safe. Because many of them that you see in crime, many of them frightened too. It's just a choice that they take. Because they have no better choice. In their mind, they are thinking that way. But it's for us, the people in the communities, to take up the mantle and to remind them there are better choices. You can be transformed. I don't even let me talk about transform and birth, because I heard Kevin Greenwich from the Central Bank talking about the Barbados Economic Recovery Transformation 4.0, but yet still we ain't really hearing nothing about the update from the 3.0. So again, the country moving from here to there and moving from there to there, and yet still we are not getting any transparency. We got a lot of things to fix in this country. And we want to help. That is why we are here. We actually want to help. We actually want to develop Barbados to a better place. Simple. We want to see a country that is better. We have gone to the place where it is all about an individual going places. I want Barbados to go places. I want Barbados to rise. I want Barbados to be seen as a wonderful country to come to. I want Barbados to attract tourism. I want Barbados to be high on the map. I want Barbados to be a place that will look out and wonder what is happening in my country. I want Barbados to learn more about bills and legislation. I want Barbados to understand policy. I want Barbados to understand that the wave of thinking that is all about the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party, that time has gone. I want Barbados to rise up and to recognize that it's no longer about a B or a D, but you want people that will come and fight for these same things that I'm mentioning here. When we talk about the coconut water villages, and we say, look, every time you pass the highway is a problem. We're thinking about all of these things, and we're saying, look, let us create these coconut water vendor villages for people, because we are finding pretty much a little home for them where they could operate, where they could get rid of the shells and so on off the streets and put them in one place. We want that when tourists come, we could say, well, look, we have coconut water villages. You want coconut water? Coconut water is Barbadian. We grow coconut trees here. We should take pride in that. We should take pride in the things that we grow here in this country. So when you hear about coconut water, listen, I went to Canada, they ain't had no coconut water. I went to many places, they ain't had no coconut water. Coconut water to me is a luxury because it tastes good. And if you don't like it, well, we all got different tastes. But when I tell you that the coconut men out there should be looked after, hey, FOD has the policy for you. I am passionate about these things, so I can't talk soft sometimes. And I shouting at you. I want you to know that we are thinking about the things that matter. There have to be somebody in this country and some people in this country that would think of the things that matter and not just create laws that create confusion. Not create laws that doesn't help the problem. Coconut water vendor villages. We already have the spot for it. We already know where we want to put them. Spikestone is one. Hey, 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 shout out to Spikestone. Look out for the coconut water villages. Look out Bathsheba. Come on. We know where we will put them. And that is why I'm excited to have our manifesto out. Because some people out there want to say, oh, them out there and the breathing bear hot here. Hot here? You know how bad my foot hurt me from canvassing? What hot here, what? We have got some ministers in this country that telling themselves that the vote is already guaranteed and that they may walk into no community because all they got to do is go to some rum shop, buy one a drink, or give one a little hand to mouth. I want to go take it. I want to go see the problem solved. They are not going to walk to you. They don't care about you that much to walk to you and ask you, how are you? It's all about you. Governance is all about you. So when these people want the vote, make them work for it. No longer about power and money. My Bajan people, I could sing this song all day like how I could sing all carol, because I'm still not a fool. I will sing this song all day. And matter of fact, I have a good voice. So anybody that thinking that, oh, they got people in here like Steffanie Williams and Karina that can sing, and they come into politics for money. Listen, we better realize who's fighting for we, yeah? We better realize what's going on. We eyes got to open, and it got to open before election day. If they give me a mic every time before election day, I'm going to speak out. And I know some people like to tell, look in the mirror, right? But I don't care what the mirror look like. I chop my hair and I still go look at. Don't jealous me. Don't jealous me, you know? Because at the end of the day, I am fighting for you. I am fighting for your rights and not just me. Rickey Harrison fighting for your rights. Kerry fighting for your rights. We even got Jamal fighting for your rights. Steve Blackett even fighting for your rights because he ain't give up. He ain't like the rest that just throw away the mantle and say, oh no, he done serving. Service could be on the ground. We always want service to be pretty, and in everybody's face. And we do a lot of service behind the scenes. Service don't always go me in your face. So remember to vote for Andwele Williams for this community. If you want better, big up Andwele Williams tonight and vote for a real grassroots soldier, a man that is a foot soldier, a man that will stand up for this community and speak out, a man that ain't shy, he just get down to the nitty-gritty, a man that does tell it like it is, a man from the phrase of democracy that accepts our policies, a man that is growing, a man that loves the Lord, a man that honors respect and accountability and transparency. We need to bigger our people more because you need a foot soldier. Don't vote for anybody who's going to come into your community as the election come and they weren't there before. If they have forgotten you, forget them, but still vote, but vote phrase of democracy. Vote for change. Vote for change. And one last remark before I finish. I just want to continuously use this platform to extend condolences to the family of Terry Kelman, the guy who would have lost his life in the flood. I think that Barbados really needs to work on its infrastructure. Road infrastructure is a must. When the hurricanes come and the floods come, you know, it's a sad occasion when we lose any brother or sister. My God. So continually remember your brothers and sisters in this nation, and we shall build up each other, and we shall build this economy. So Barbados and Friends of Democracy, make some noise. Here, 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 here. I got home my raid for the bees here, Dominique. I waiting HB and they tell me that raid could get rid of the bees. So we bringing that out. As the call elections, we bringing out the raid. R-A-I-D, raid the bees.
Election. Give our president a round of applause.
Yeah.
Always bringing the fire.
No more waiting, no more pain. The people's power will lead again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for joining us tonight.
Yeah, boy, what's the night?
Kerry, you know, you was probably wondering where part I step out to it. Well, I went across our Kurt's Variety. I had to get a couple of snaps because I know when Karina come, it's gonna be good. I truly don't want food, you know, but he tell me he don't sell food tonight. He sell food on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Alright?
Oh, yeah.
And I know that Karina was going to bring the fire, and she would have made people uncomfortable, and they wanted to stay uncomfortable. As she continued to say, do not get comfortable, Barbados.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we want to thank you all for coming out to this last of many political meetings that we would have had for the year. The next time that you will see us will be sometime in January. And we just want to say thank you to all of the candidates that were speaking tonight. We want to say thank you to our streaming people, our lighting people. Where we got the electricity from, we just want to say a big thank you. We want to thank Deacons Farm on the whole for welcoming us. Sorry. Oh, hey, I didn't even see you just now.
I would like to thank the whole of Deacons Farm and tonight, and thanks for everybody for coming out tonight, because I think that Laker Williams deserves the seat in the farm. I don't know how I think, but I think that Laker Williams deserves the seat in the farm. I think so. Not because he's my brother or another, so I think he deserves a seat because he cook for a lot of people in the farm.
Yes, I second that. Thank you very much.
You cook for a lot of people in the farm. And if he's sweet tonight, I can't talk about my brother. I sure is. I can talk about my brother tonight. I feel sweet. Booty.
Thank you very much.
You can go, good brother. All right.
So you almost forgot that we had one final prize to give away.
One last one.
Kerry, like he was trying to catch us back home, but you... I tell one already when I can't trick me.
If we don't want it, can't win.
So we have one final prize. Is there any eager person that would like to run up and get this prize?
No, you go answer questions, Sandra. You got to answer.
I want to start trying to trick me, you know.
We have a candidate.
A lot of people don't like me. Just start answering questions. Cause they don't.
We got move this here first.
We got so that they can see she. Yeah. Can I cross? Okay. Step up there. No mind them.
Hey, what's up? All right.
So your question for tonight is, what is the best thing so far for you about serving Barbados since you have joined the political party? What has been the best thing for you?
The best thing so far, being a voice for the voiceless. You know, there are so many persons in Barbados who feel intimidated, like they can't really say what it is that they want to say. So being able to advocate on the behalf of those persons is a privilege, and it comes natural. Can I get my praise now? Thank you.
Can I get my microphone first? Y'all think that she deserved this prize?
You sound like a hater.
We are not taking answers from that corner. I want to hear it from over this side, the people that are in the windows, the people that are in the doorways. I want to hear it from you all. Give our candidate, Steffanie Williams, a round of applause for her speech tonight and for participating. Thank you very much. Again, thank you all for coming.
Oh, yes.
Give me back my
Oh, yeah. So once again, thank you all for coming out. See you again in January 2026. Until then, have a blessed Christmas. Exactly. So we was getting there. We want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Good night.
Together with 1, 2, 3. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year
to all. Good night, Barbados.
Good night.